Okay, hope everyone's doing well today. Um, yeah, we've got some stuff to go over. Alberta's insane sovereignty act passed the other day, so that's cool. Um, we also have uh the conservative PMs crying about not having enough funds to um for healthcare, so we'll be having a conversation about that. Uh, it was two Indigenous women found in a landfill out by Winnipeg, which we'll be talking about, and then like some other stuff like the U.S. journalist that was killed in Qatar, some COP 20 or COP 15 stuff, and yeah, we'll probably have some fun as well. So I guess we'll just hop right into it then with the Alberta shit. Because not gonna lie, the Alberta shit is kinda kinda crazy. So
Mr. Speaker,
With a conservative majority in the Alberta legislature, the Sovereignty Act passed easily.
motion is carried and so ordered.
Sweeping powers for cabinet were stripped out, but the act means the province will try to override any federal law from Ottawa that the province believes harms Alberta. And Premier Danielle Smith says she'll have the constitutional authority to do so.
It's not like Ottawa is a national government.
so the thing about this though is that um literally anything that she deems as like fucking hurtful to her little fifis is going to get passed. So the fucking like let's say the what was it, Bill 21 or Bill C-21, I think it was. Which I should clarify, like after digging more into the bill, yeah, no, that bill is fucking ridiculous. That bill is not not too terribly good, but even if, like, I don't know, let's say let's say the federal government was to increase on spending or increase the taxation for corporations on carbon emissions. She could rule over that and do all that shit. I have to push back. The biggest thing for me is I think she's really trying to get like a rise out of the federal government in order to in order to use the justifications that she has put in. Be like, well, you see, look at what the federal government is doing. See, I'm not fucking crazy.
As the way our country works is that we are a federation of sovereign, independent jurisdictions. They are one of those signatories to the Constitution, and the rest of us are signatories to the Constitution and have a right to exercise our sovereign powers in our own area of jurisdiction.
Okay, so here's a question then. So the way that it works is you have your municipality government at the bottom, right? And you have the provincial or territorial government overseeing the municipalities and what they do. And the provincial and territorial governments are overseen by the federal government. Like, that's just how that works. Okay? And if something psychotic comes up, uh, they can prevent that, or at least try to prevent it. The main thing is I'm kind of interested to see what the Liberals will do. It's I I'm not really too sure what they're going to be doing, to be perfectly honest. But that's just more of a wait and see than anything.
Alberta could, for example, deem federal environmental legislation as harmful to Alberta's oil economy. The Prime Minister sees a divisive political move, and for now, he's not biting.
The Sovereignty Act in Alberta is being moved forward as very much a political tool to try and pick a fight with the federal government. And
I mean, like, as much as I hate him, he's right. He is 100% right. It's just trying to get a rise out of the federal government to take some form of action, and just and try to win over voters that that the UCP is desperately lacking. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think only like 1 in 3 Albertans actually supported the Sovereignty Act, if that. So it's drastically unpopular.
And I'm not interested in fighting with the Alberta government.
Indigenous leaders see the Alberta Act and a new law in Saskatchewan over natural resources as a threat to their inherent rights.
When legislation like this comes forward, the Sovereignty Act, the SAS First Act, and without consulting First Nations first, that's just disrespectful. And we are tired of being disrespected.
At some point, Ottawa will have to reckon with the growing push for more provincial powers in laws like the Sovereignty Act.
The rest of Canada should watch carefully to see what the government does with this bill now, because this is really starting to define what federalism really means in Canada.
On the day that her portrait was unveiled as former Premier, Rachel Notley promised to repeal the act if she's re-elected. So the first real battle could be fought not with Ottawa, but within Alberta. The outcome of a provincial election next spring could give momentum to the Sovereignty Act or kill it. Eric Sorensen, Global News.
I honestly think that it will probably be killed if she is reelected. Like, I imagine that she probably will, due to the drastic unpopularity of Danielle Smith. But until then, she can essentially do whatever the fuck she wants until that election. And who's not to say that she's not going to interfere with the provincial election, right? Like, I can almost imagine that she's going to. Like, we've seen time and time again that conservatives, especially like more prairie and West Coast conservatives, are just completely fucking nuts. So they'll absolutely do that shit. It's just more of a it's just more fucking posturing than anything.
This morning, mentioning Alberta, the Alberta Sovereignty Act has passed the Alberta legislature. The third and final reading happening around 1 o'clock in the morning Mountain Time. So it's a change because the bill is now stripped of the sweeping powers for Premier Danielle Smith's cabinet that caused so much controversy. Is it enough, though, to satisfy the critics? Let's bring in Hillary Johnstone, who has more on what happened in the wee hours of the morning. Hillary, good morning.
Good morning, Heather. Well, those lawmakers, members of the UCP caucus, rose, as you say, shortly after 1 a.m. local time and gave themselves a standing ovation after that third and final reading of the bill. As you say, there have been some amendments here, which means that the final word on lawmaking will rest with the legislature rather than with cabinet. Now, there are still a lot of criticisms, of course, of this legislation, including another change that was passed, which will narrow the definition of what is considered to be harmful when you're talking about Alberta's perceived intrusion by the federal government into that provincial jurisdiction. So there's, of course, still a lot of criticism here, but we did hear from the Premier, from Danielle Smith last night, speaking about this, also addressing some criticisms of this legislation that investors may look elsewhere rather than Alberta. Here's what we heard from the Premier.
They're projecting that there would be unprecedented capital flight. Well, it'd be hard to beat because there was unprecedented capital flight when they brought through the climate leadership plan. And I don't know why it is they felt that they needed to suck up to Ottawa. It's not like Ottawa is a national government. The way
Wait, what? Is she fucking stupid? No. The federal government, it 100% is a national government. Come on, we learned this shit in like grade 5. I swear to God, like, the only 2 brain cells that she has went into like completely fucking botching this shitty act that she passed. Like, come on, like, that is actually really funny. I feel sorry for Albertans, man.
The way our country works is that we are a federation of sovereign, independent jurisdictions. They are one of those signatories to the Constitution, and the rest of us are signatories to the Constitution and have a right to exercise our sovereign powers in our own area of jurisdiction.
Okay, so what about municipality jurisdiction then? I'm sure you overrule a lot of municipal decisions that's in their sovereign or like for their sovereignty. Like, conservatives are just so fucking stupid, man.
Now, Heather, this bill will allow the Alberta government to do things such as directing municipalities, health regions, schools, and city police forces to resist implementing federal laws. As you can imagine, there's still a lot of reaction to what all of that's going to mean.
Well, give us some reaction from those who never liked this to begin with. The fact that this is a change, a stripping away of this most contentious part, is it enough?
So what we've heard from the opposition NDP, they called it a hot mess express. That was a direct quote from the finance critic. But we also heard from the NDP leader here, Rachel Notley, who had a lot to say about it, that she still has concerns, that she does not think it is going to be effective, also promising that during Alberta's next provincial election, which is coming up at the end of May, that if the NDP were to win, that they would get rid of this, that they would scrap this. Now, we've also heard from First Nations leaders on all of this, from First Nations chief who are...
I mean, like, to be perfectly fair, like, as soon as like Danielle Smith came into the picture, like, things just got like 10 times fucking worse for the UCP. Like, don't get me wrong, fucking Jason Kenney was also fucking awful, but essentially fucking Danielle Smith has just been making things very fucking easy for the NDP to sweep provincially in Alberta because of how drastically they've unpopular the UCP has become. The idiotic things that she has said and the positions that she was willing to die on that idiotic hill for, as well as you know, supporting a bunch of fucking clowns that were like in Alberta or in Ontario and shit. Like, I would be surprised that the NDP, excuse me, I'd be surprised that the NDP does not win provincially.
Also calling for this to be done away with, saying that federal laws are needed to protect the...
As well as, like, this is a perfect issue for the NDP as well, because like of how drastically unpopular this act is. It's going to, like, just them saying that will automatically get people to vote for them.
Environment, for example. So here's a little bit of what we've heard.
When legislation like this comes forward, the Sovereignty Act, the SAS First Act, and without consulting First Nations first, that's just disrespectful. And we are tired of being disrespected.
Albertans, Canadians, treaties people should consider the implication of an act that envisions the rejection of shared regulations and legal obligations. This is a warning to Canadians. If you care about these lands, if you care about your country, you should care about this bill.
So Heather, just a little bit, pardon me, of what we have heard so far. But of course, since this was all approved in the early hours of this morning, it would seem likely that we'll hear even more reaction as more and more people begin to wake up to the news that it has passed later today.
Okay. Hillary, thank you so much. Hillary Johnstone there from Ottawa.
It's not like Ottawa is a national government.
Motion is carried and so ordered.
While many Albertans slept, their Premier Danielle Smith saw a major victory as the Alberta sovereign.
I mean, like, honestly, I think it should be like completely illegal for bills to be passed whilst people are asleep. Like, I just personally think that. Like, I'm not too sure when the fucking hours for like the legislature is, but like passing bills in the middle of the night is such a scummy thing to do, right? So doing so just makes you look really fucking nefarious when you do so, because, you know, generally it tends to be very unpopular bills that get passed during late night sessions.
Within a United Canada Act, Bill 1 was passed. The bill designed to empower Alberta against federal lawmaking.
The way our country works is that we are a federation of sovereign, independent jurisdictions.
A shield that allows the Alberta government to push back on federal legislation.
After hours of debate late into the night, it passed 27-7. The vote split along party lines. Before it passed, Smith's government made a significant change, stripping the UCP's power to bypass legislature to rewrite laws. Political scientist Dwayne Bratt says it was pushed through at lightning speed.
It is one of the most radical bills that we have seen since the 1930s. And to do it within a week.
The federal response has been wait and see. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau saying Thursday the federal government is going to work as constructively as possible with Alberta. Bratt says the bill is tyrannical and the fallout hasn't even begun.
I mean, he's completely right, though. Like, they like we've seen how fucking dog shit the UCP government has been over the last like couple of years and everything. Like, whether it was like the complete fucking mishandling of COVID, or the or even more recently, like the fucking essay contest that they held. Like, it's just been fucking awful. That's not even getting into like the weeds of the representatives either.
When do the lawsuits start? Are there preemptive lawsuits right off the bat, or do we wait until the first time it's used?
Calgary's Chamber of Commerce saying it's being seen as undemocratic and could hurt Calgary business.
And like the funny thing is that the mayor of I believe it was Calgary was saying that this shit is just absolutely ridiculous. You know, if and I think he said, what did he say? Let me double check. Did he say? Alberta Sovereignty Act undermines municipal governance. Calgary's mayor says. Probably might take a look at that article later.
Indigenous groups arguably the loudest voice against, saying it lacked consultation and could hurt the protections they fought hard for.
It is too uncertain and it impacts potentially too harmful and widespread. We are not looking for change or amendments to the bill. We want it withdrawn.
It's a primary concern that anytime the federal government comes in and says, we want to protect these waters, we want to protect these animals, that this government will say, no, we're afraid we're going to lose some money if we do that, so we're not going to do that.
According to a Leger poll last week, just 32% of Albertans say the act is needed. After the vote, Alberta NDP leader...
Yeah, so like I had said, it's only a small amount of people that actually support it. It's only 33% comparatively to the other 67 that, or 66 or whatever the fuck, don't. Like, you're targeting the very fucking like smallest amount of people imaginable to in order to make them fucking happy. And what it's gonna end up doing is it's gonna end up hurting the fucking Albertan economy even more than what it currently is. You know, it'll drive fucking businesses out because they don't want to be seen with this fucking clown. It's going to make things generally worse for Albertans overall. And like, you know, instead of like focusing on actual fucking problems that Alberta is facing right now, like say the healthcare or the healthcare crisis that Alberta is currently having, especially amongst like young fucking kids getting respiratory illnesses, whether it be COVID, RSV, and influenza, and like they're fucking dying in or like they're pretty much like fucking dying in like trailers because you know, they decided to underfund the healthcare system and wanting to like cut as much fucking that they can, or cut as much as they can to the healthcare system, and making things significantly worse for people living there. Like, it's all just a fucking political ruse, and it makes me so mad that like that kids are like getting hospitalized for absolutely no fucking reason. Like I imagine she probably fucking claims to care about children, but you know, when there are actual issues that are fucking hurting children, she doesn't fucking do anything about it, right? So like it's just so infuriating. Like, you know, these kids don't deserve it.
Leader Rachel Notley said if elected next year, her government will repeal the legislation immediately. In Calgary, Taylor Brott, City News.
Alberta's controversial Sovereignty Act was passed into law overnight, but with some significant change. The provision that granted Premier Danielle Smith's cabinet the power to bypass legislature was removed. CTV's Austin Lee is joining us from Calgary with more on this. Austin, give us the details.
Well, it was a late one in the Alberta legislature with this Alberta sovereignty within a United Canada Act passing at around 1 o'clock in the morning. The final vote 27-7. Danielle
1 o'clock in the morning? Damn, bro, that's late.
Unsurprisingly, the Alberta NDP opposed. Now, there was a big change. Actually, one of the more controversial points of that bill was changed, and so that was that there's no longer a provision that would have granted Smith's cabinet power to bypass the legislature and amend certain laws and rewrite certain laws, I should say.
I mean, I don't really think it would matter too much, considering that she has or like the Conservatives have a majority within the legislature itself. So I don't really think that's going to matter too much. But we'll see, because there are some not as ridiculous conservatives not supporting it, but you know, they're still fucking conservatives, so they're psychotic though.
However, the UCP, they did pass an amendment to the bill, and that amendment does assert that the Alberta legislature still has the final say on lawmaking, but the province would have to respect the Constitution, and so if there is a Supreme Court decision on a certain law, obviously the province would have to respect that decision. And once again, we heard from Danielle Smith last night talking about how she wants to rewrite Alberta's relationship with the federal government, pointing to some controversial laws that have come into place that were maybe not necessarily within the best economic interests.
So wait, like what? like the fucking carbon tax, a vast majority of Canadians are actually like either indifferent or okay with the carbon tax. It generally tends to be like your ridiculous fucking conservatives that live out in bumfuck nowhere, or your businesses. That's really who's only fucking complaining about it. Everyone else either just doesn't give a shit or is completely fine with it because they get a carbon tax rebate. And it's and like them like revising it a little bit and improving upon it, I actually think makes things significantly better. They want to like give people more money for investing into like either hybrids, EVs, that kind of stuff. Like which is a step in the right direction. It doesn't go far enough in my opinion, but it's a start.
Of Alberta, and so that being
As well as increasing the carbon tax on those individuals as well.
the main reason that this is the centerpiece legislation of her government. But still, obviously, many people opposed in Alberta as well. Rachel Notley taking to Twitter saying that her government, if elected, the next provincial election, by the way, set for May 29th. So Rachel Notley, the leader of the Alberta NDP, saying that if she was elected, they would scrap this bill in its entirety. We also heard from the NDP Indigenous Relations critic Richard Feehan. He tabled a amendment to scrap the bill entirely before it was passed. He says that there was not sufficient consultation with First Nations people across Alberta, and those comments, they stem from some concerns that were raised just recently by a number of First Nations leaders. Obviously, having this bill just passed at around 1 a.m. Mountain Time means that there is still a lot of analysis and a lot of reaction to
Wait, I didn't know that Alberta's time zone was called Mountain Time. That's fucking hilarious, man. That is so funny.
to come out of this, so it'll be interesting to see what politicians and what political science experts say in the days to come. Back to you.
Austin Lee, thank you for that. We want to turn.
Okay, so I guess we'll read what the Calgary mayor has said. Calgary Mayor Jyoti Gundick said she is frustrated with Alberta's controversial Sovereignty Act, saying it will strip autonomy from the municipal government. The Alberta legislature passed the Alberta Sovereignty within a United Canada Act early Thursday, which gave the provincial government the opportunity to pursue a more confrontal approach with the federal government on issues that are deemed unconstitutional and an overreach in provincial jurisdiction. The bill originally gave Premier Daniel Smith's cabinet sweeping powers to bypass the legislature and rewrite laws, but that was stripped when the bill was moved to the third and final reading in the legislature. In an interview with Sue Deal and Andrew Schlitz on 770 CHQR, Gundick said she was frustrated with the bill even after a call with Municipal Affairs Minister Rebecca Schultz. Quote, there is a provision in this act that says the provincial government can dictate provincial bodies, which includes municipal councils, to defy federal legislation, Gondik said. This puts us in a terrible position, especially when you consider that we may have to break federal law to align with the province. Gondik said she is willing to work with the federal government to find solutions for municipal issues. She said she had a good conversation with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau at the recent Big City Mayors Caucus in Ottawa. Quote, "We are having good opportunities to work with the federal government that is willing to listen to us. That is what I heard while I was in Ottawa," Gondik said. With the Prime Minister stressed that he wanted to make sure that provincial governments were partners at the table on decision making. Well, I think the Premier is trying to send a strong signal, and this is one way to do it. And we have to wait and see what comes next now that the bill has been passed. Ward 11 County Courtney Penner also opposed the bill and called it a childish temper tantrum designed to get attention. Which is, yeah, I do agree. It is a fucking temper tantrum. Municipal leaders were neither consulted nor briefed before the bill prior to its passing on Thursday, according to Penner. Which, I mean, is just unsurprising, right? Pushing through a narrative that seeks to undermine the premise of good government, relationship building, should show us that Bill 1 isn't about Albertans' best interest, Penner said in a series of tweets Thursday morning. Quote, "It's nothing more than a childish temper tantrum designed to get attention in all the wrong ways." Which she's right about. Let's be honest with ourselves. She's 100% right about that. Canada's constitution is not a legitimate document and has no safeguards, and has not safeguarded Alberta's interests within federation, says one of the architects of the province's newly passed Sovereignty Act. Yeah, I hear this a lot from fucking conservatives. Not even just about like the Constitution, but also like, say, the Bill of Rights, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, etc. Like they will use, like, I don't know, not being fucking passed by like the like the fucking UN or some shit, which, no, that's not true. "I want the Constitution to be changed, or we'll have another referendum," said Bailey Cooper, referring to independence referendums in Quebec in the 1980s and 1990s. Cooper is a professor of political science at the University of Calgary and one of the authors of a policy paper called the Alberta Free Strategy, seen as an unofficial blueprint for Alberta's Sovereignty Act within a United Canada, Alberta's sovereignty within a United Canada Act is also known as the Sovereignty Act. Speaking to Matt Galloway on The Current, Cooper said that Canada is a federation, but has never acted as such. What? It's fucking wild, man. It is time to change it, to turn it into a federation, he said. If Canada does not want to do that, then the only alternative we have in order to defend our interests is to make sure that Canada does negotiate, and that means that having and that means a threat of leaving. So, like, what? Alberta's just gonna fucking leave Canada and, like, do what then? Like, I don't think that America would want these fucking crybabies. I mean, maybe they would, because I mean, the Republicans are essentially just fucking crybabies. But it definitely does like, if they don't hypothetically want to take them on board, then what? Like, Alberta's gonna be fucked, and they're like, literally everyone's gonna leave and move, like, somewhere else if they're able to afford it. If not, they'll probably just come under come as refugee status. But I don't even think that would happen. Like, it's just a fucking threat. Like, Alberta's threats generally mean nothing. Like, remember fucking Wexit? Like, yeah, that totally fucking made a difference. The Sovereignty Act, Bill 1, gives Premier Danielle Smith and her cabinet the authority to redress any federal policy, law, or program that her cabinet deems harmful to Alberta. It was a campaign cornerstone for Smith, who took control of the province in October after replacing Jason Kenney as leader of the United Conservative Party. In its proposed form, the bill the bill was criticized as unconstitutional and undemocratic, while the Calgary Chamber of Commerce has raised concerns that it could impede new investment and create challenges for businesses to attract and retain talent. The act passed in the early hours of Thursday morning after adjustments that stripped out cabinet powers to bypass the legislature and rewrite laws as it saw fit. Like, just because that is stripped out, that doesn't necessarily mean it's not still going to be fucking dog shit, and Albertans are going to have fun until May. Unless, you know, there's, like, some justifiable action taking course. The legislature, or the legislation, is basically a political announcement to the rest of Canada that we're not going to be taken advantage of anymore, and I think it's long overdue, said Cooper. What the fuck? What the fuck has Alberta been taking advantage of, though? That's my biggest question. Like, literally nothing. They got the most fucking relief money for COVID. They got a shit ton of money for their healthcare system that they didn't spend any of it on. Like, it's just idiotic. Like, sorry, Cooper, you're a fucking moron. If that isn't a warning heeded by the federal government, he said Albertans could face a question in or out. By leaving Federation, he said the province could run its energy sector and build pipelines without interference, and Albertans would no longer be contributing to the general federal revenue that funds equalization payments to lower income provinces. Speaking in the provincial legislature, during the bill's third reading, Smith said she wanted to reset Alberta's relationship with the federal government. I mean, they're really not. I really hope that that the federal government holds them on a tight fucking leash. Because at this point they need it, right? It's not like Ottawa is a national government, Smith said, which she's completely wrong about. Like, she has 2 fucking brain cells. So, like, anyone with like any fucking like cognitive abilities literally made fun of her for saying this, because it was like all over fucking TikTok, it was all over Twitter. Like, she's a fucking moron. And I think Albertans are like, I think a vast majority of Albertans, like, after this statement is like starting to see past her ruse. Like, there was a vast majority of Albertans beforehand that did, but I think that it just it gave the push for some individuals. The way our country works is that we are a federal or a federation of sovereign independent jurisdictions. They are one of those signatories for the Constitution, and the rest of us, as signatories to the Constitution, have a right to exercise sovereign powers in their own areas of jurisdiction. According to a poll released by Lager last week, 32% of Albertans agree with the Sovereignty Act. Agree that the Sovereignty Act is necessary to stand up to the federal government. Cooper said it's up to Smith and her leadership team to gain more support for the idea, but added that, quote, if Canada does not show some understanding, then their rejection of Alberta will be obvious and the numbers will change. I don't know. I don't know about that one. Asked whether he thought Albertans would vote for independence, he said, quote, that would depend on how stupid the government of Canada is in rejecting this rather moderate call, the Sovereignty Act, to change the terms by which Alberta has been exploited. I honestly don't think that Albertans would vote for independence. In like, I would even say like in the form of like that Quebec has, right? Because generally speaking, Albertans want more, don't want more shit like this. They want, like, I don't know, their fucking kids being safe and being able to go to the hospital when they need to. You know, a better investment into education, better investment into healthcare for themselves as well. Like, it's not hard for them, right? Like, living in Alberta it's like living in a shithole, right? Like, it's so fucking disgusting. On Wednesday, the Assembly of First Nations demanded the withdrawal of Bill 1, saying it infringes on treaty rights, which I imagine it does. I'm not too sure what the treaty rights are in Alberta, but I imagine that it does. The proposal has also received sharp criticism from within the ranks of the UCP itself. During Smith's leadership campaign, then Premier Jason Kenney called it a risky and half-baked. Called it risky and half-baked. The energy minister at the time, Sonia Savage, said it posed as much harm to Alberta's future, as she believes Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's policies have done province in the past. Cooper acknowledged that people have concerns, but said everything that Ottawa has done to Alberta in the last generation has been damaging to the economy of the province. I mean, that's not even entirely true, though. Like, a vast majority of what's been happening to Alberta within like province lines has been due to the fucking the premiers. Generally speaking, the PM has done absolutely nothing outside of like a little bit of fucking taxation. Like, oh no, boo-hoo. Most Albertans are proud to be Canadian and recognize the benefits of being part of the country, said opposition and leader and Alberta NDP leader Rachel Notley. Sometimes we have to stand up and raise our voices to make sure that our role in Canada is well established, but I think that overall we've done a good job on that front, she told the Current. Barry Cooper and many people who support Daniel Smith speak for a very extreme fringe of Alberta's population, she said. The Current sent several requests for an interview to Smith, but did not receive a response. A request for an interview with Tyler Chandro, Alberta's Minister of Justice, who is responsible for the legislation, was declined. Notley said there are widening issues with the legislation, and her party will scrap it if they win the next provincial election in May. It is as thoughtless. It is a thoughtless legal collection of mumbo jumbo, she said. The act creates nothing but uncertainty, and though that's economic uncertainty at a time where Albertans are desperately looking for economic recovery. Notley said there is absolutely an argument for giving Alberta greater control over its economic destiny, but this bill is completely and entirely disconnected from that object. While they may not agree on all things, Notley said, there are many people in Ottawa and across Canada who understand Alberta's important role in economic contributions. I do believe that we can come together, recover our economy, stand up for Alberta, get a better deal for Alberta from Ottawa, for sure, but do it like grown-ups, she said. Let's actually get to a point where we can start doing the hard work to get a stable, predictable solution, rather than doing all this performative stuff and get absolutely nowhere close. Okay, let's move on to the premiers crying about not getting enough funding for healthcare.
We begin with a demand from Canada's premiers. They want a meeting with the Prime Minister by January to hammer out a new funding agreement on healthcare. The system is under overwhelming pressure and beginning to crack. The feds say they'll give provinces more money, but they want strings attached.
We know that we need to work together to make it better. And yes, that does mean some more investment, but it also means a focus on being sure we get the results that Canadians quite rightly expect of us.
The Prime Minister will obviously do what he wants to do. What he has asked me to do is to work with my colleagues, health ministers, to agree on results and putting, therefore, the ends before the means.
Heather Stephenson is the Premier of...
Oh no. Heather Stephenson's there? Oh no. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. I'm not looking forward to having to see what my fucking Premier says. God damn it. She's been fucking awful and wrong about, like, literally everything when it comes to healthcare. Like, it was absolutely fucking ridiculous what she was fucking going on about in February. Okay, well, let's take a look.
Of Manitoba and the current chair of the Council of the Federation. Premier, when I watched your news conference earlier, I saw a majority of premiers who are running surpluses and many who are sending checks and rebates to voters, yet you all say you don't have enough money for healthcare. How should Canadians view that?
The thing is that, no, they have plenty of fucking money for healthcare. It's just that, for one, they're fucking trying to privatize it, and for two, they're pocketing a fuck ton of the money and giving it to either themselves as bonuses or giving it to their rich fucking friends. Like, it's no fucking coincidence that companies like, say, Loblaws or TELUS are starting to invest into healthcare. Like, what the fuck does groceries and telecom communications have to do with healthcare? Literally nothing. They're getting ready for the privatization of the healthcare system, which I think is, when it comes down to it, I think people are going to be fucking furious.
Look, the fact of the matter here is that the amount that the provinces and territories have been putting into healthcare has been on the rise. It's encroaching on other areas of...
Wait. No. That's not fucking true. That is not true at all. They have been undermining and spending less on healthcare. They have not been increasing the amount of money spent on healthcare. That is a fucking lie. Like, come on. We know that you got the fucking conservative premiers are trying to privatize the national healthcare system just so that their fucking friends can make money selling people absorbent amount of fucking fees for like getting an ambulance ride, you know, having a fucking baby or other shit like that. Like, come on. You're not doing that. If you actually were investing into healthcare, you would be building more hospitals. You'd be paying a better wage for medical staff, not just like in the form of nurses and you know, whoever else is demanding higher pay. You'd be respecting the unions as well. Like, no, you can't pull that shit. And the reason why I know this shit is because I have family that works within the healthcare industry. And, like, for context, my Nana said that this is absolutely nothing new. They've been trying to do this for decades. And she said that she was not surprised in the slightest that they're trying to pull this shit, because, like, Canadian conservatives are just wannabe fucking Americans. That's all that they are. Like, if you want to actually improve the healthcare system that we have, stop fucking underfunding the healthcare system that we currently have, which, yes, I do agree does have problems for sure, as every other system that we have does, but that's mostly due to a lack of funding. And privatization is not going to be helping that.
Our budgets, and so it takes away from things like education, childcare, those other social services that are very important.
But that's not even true. The way that it works is you're given a certain amount of money to spend within the healthcare sector, the education sector. uh the fuck, I'm drawing a blank here. The infrastructure sector. You're given a fuck. You're those do not infringe on other sectors. No, like if anything, like the amount of funds for those sectors have gone up. But guess what? Due to idiots like you in positions of power, not actually fucking investing that money, like every single dime of that, every single dime of what you're given into the healthcare sector is ridiculous. Like, come on. We get it. You're fucking... You just want to fucking make more money. But guess what? When I've conversed with people, that yes, even like very conservative people, like I tell them like, hey, if I was in a position of power, I would be investing more into, like, say, the healthcare system and having it make it so, you know, you don't have to wait as long to go in to see a doctor. And like when I tell them that, like even very conservative people, that they're like, you know, yeah, I would fully vote for you. Like, everyone wants the same thing. They want better healthcare. But guess what? The underfunding of the healthcare sector isn't doing anything at all. It's just making things really bad for those who are already struggling.
Important as well. While that's been on the rise, it's been on the decline on the part of the federal government. So we want to get back to a fair partnership with the federal government. So all we're asking for is to...
It is not the federal government's fault that you guys, who are supposed to be good with money, don't know how to actually fucking spend their money responsibly. You are given more than enough to fund emergency rooms, family doctor visits, child care, even in other instances as well that don't necessarily fall underneath that category, like residential homes, creation of drugs. Like, there is, like, no, that is not the fucking federal government's responsibility for your guys' fuck up.
Sit down with the Prime Minister and have that discussion. We've got our offer on the table, and I know that he has indicated already that he's willing to put more money into the Canada Health Transfer. I think that's a positive sign, and I think we just want to sit down at the table and have that discussion with him.
Right. Well, you're not just asking for a meeting. You are asking for $28 billion a year plus 6%. I mean, that's your offer as you describe it. 6% a year after that. I wonder, Premier, would you commit that 100% of every new dollar goes into healthcare and doesn't displace existing provincial spending on healthcare, so that what...
No, she doesn't. Because like we've seen time and time again, she doesn't do that.
Whatever you get from the federal government is a dollar-for-dollar increase in the provision of health services across the country.
He's right.
Absolutely. We need to make sure that there is more money for healthcare, and that it doesn't. And
But we're literally getting more fucking funding for healthcare, but not, like, at best, like half of it is going towards healthcare. Like, I am about to, like, have an aneurysm.
we need predictable, stable funding and a partnership in the federal government back, you know, in healthcare. And so we're looking for that from them. And so absolutely, we will be making sure that that money goes towards healthcare.
So if you're willing to agree to that in a broad principle, why not on a more detailed level of showing the results which is something that Health Minister Duclos has been asking for, that you need to agree on what your targets and what your results are going to be before you can agree on a dollar amount. So if you're willing to put dollar for dollar in, why not go that step further and agree to hitting certain metrics here?
Because she wants to privatize the healthcare industry, or the healthcare system. That's the only reason why she won't agree to it. And like, I for context, I live in a very conservative area, right? Not too many people like my progressive stances. But the one thing that we do tend to agree on a lot is the healthcare system, right? I let them know, I'm like, hey, so the way that things work is the provincial government is given a certain amount of money for the healthcare system, right? But most of that doesn't go towards the healthcare system. Where it goes is not to, you know, the workers that are contributing a lot towards increasing the quality of healthcare within the province. It's going towards funding funding the politicians' own personal interests, which I think should absolutely be illegal, because they're very disingenuous about like where the fucking money's going, and they magically, like, the party that's supposed to be very good with money, allegedly, loses a fuck ton of money. Like Doug Ford, for example, lost, what was it, like $3.8 billion in healthcare funding that no one knows where it went. I know where it went. And so do a vast majority of other Ontarians. But no, it's... We know where it goes. It just doesn't go to where it's supposed to. And that's the aggravating thing about it.
Well, I'm not even sure what Minister Duclos, you know, we shouldn't be discussing this and negotiating through the media. We need to sit down at the table and have that discussion.
Then fucking do it, you dumb broad. Like, Jesus. It's not hard. Like, people have been wanting you to go to sit down at the table and negotiate that shit. Not just the fucking healthcare unions. People, or Manitobans in general, want to have better fucking healthcare regardless of wherever they live. It doesn't matter if it's in like Winnipeg or Thompson or Brandon or the Winkler Morden area. They don't fucking care. They want better services. They all complain about like not having adequate resources within the hospitals, and they also fucking complain about like not having adequate service when they go to the hospital for patients. Like, so idiotic.
Discussion with the Prime Minister. We have no problem as provinces and territories when it comes to accountability. We're accountable every day when it comes to...
Wait, what? You guys have not been held accountable for a very long time. The only reason why you think that is because, like, oh, there were, like, I don't know, like 13 anarchists fucking protesting outside of legislature. Like, piss off. No, you have not been held accountable for literally anything you've done. And the only reason, like, the reason why you're fucking, like, hiding what you're doing is because you see how it's and how that shit's turning out in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Quebec, Ontario. It's actually, I will give you this. It is smart on your behalf to keep your head down whilst mostly Daniel Smith and Doug Ford are a lot of fucking heat. Like, that's the only thing I can commend you for. What a fucking snake.
To our citizens in our provinces and in our territories, and we'll continue to be accountable when it comes to the delivery of healthcare services. We have no problem being accountable and being transparent.
But why not the data sharing and accountability measures that Minister Duclos has asked for?
Because she doesn't want to be transparent and be held accountable. Because if she was, she would probably go to jail. That's why.
Well, again, I don't know that Minister Duclos has asked for that. He has had.
He literally has. Saying that he hasn't is idiotic. He 100% has. Like, if you're not gonna be fucking listening to them, like, why should we fucking trust you?
Had no plan that's been put on the table for anyone. That's why we need to sit down at the table. If he wants to talk about those things, let's sit down and have that discussion.
You know what she reminds me of? Her stance on like healthcare and everything reminds me a lot of how Stephen Lecce sounded during the education strike a couple of weeks ago. She sounds almost identical. It's kind of weird how like they're using the exact same fucking strategy and pretty much like the exact same words, except replacing a couple. Like it's always the same shit. Like, come on.
At that table.
So I was wondering today, I was struck today, we've heard this request for a meeting with the Prime Minister many times now from the premiers over the last 2.5 years. What we didn't see today was any kind of a detailed response to the crisis that's happening right now in the healthcare system across the country. We've seen pediatric facilities being overwhelmed. We've seen, deaths of children due to influenza in multiple provinces at this point.
Well, it's not just influenza. It's also like, what was it, like DVS or DSV and COVID as well. Like I think that COVID and DSV is a little bit smaller comparative to influenza. That's also not getting into the the lack of medicine for children as well.
We all saw detailed responses to inflation and cost of living. Why aren't we seeing that sort of urgency when it comes to the day-to-day crisis happening in the hospital system right now?
Because she wants all those fucking people who are dying and shit to be turned into biomatter. That's why. She doesn't fucking give a shit about Manitobans.
Oh, I think there is urgency, and every province and territory is responsible for delivering those services within their provinces. And that just goes to say in the importance of making sure that there's more money at the, in the way of the Canada Health Transfer, more money in the bottom line, because every jurisdiction is different across
We've had
the country.
plenty of money.
We'll have different pressures across the country. That's not going to stop us from delivering healthcare in our provinces and territories. We will continue to do that.
I wonder, though, the Canadian Medical Association says that every day that passes without an agreement is another day Canadian patients are left waiting unreasonably long. I mean, is this sort of standoff that's happening over should the health ministers meet versus the first ministers meet, is it worth it to hold out and have this sort of fight with the federal government over who's going to have this conversation while the stress and strain is causing such enormous harm across the system right now?
To her and many other conservative premiers, yes, because it's a political talking point for them.
Well, we're continuing to make those investments as provinces and territories within our own jurisdictions. We're not letting that stop us, but what we are saying is that we need to have predictable long-term funding from the federal government. We need them back at the table to ensure that there's stable funding for healthcare in the future of our country. This is one of the most important issues that we're facing across the country, and it's really important. I think Canadians expect us as leaders across this country to sit down with the federal government. They want to see us work this out. And
Except the funny thing is that comparatively to like Liberal and NDP run provinces and territories, they, like the rest of like the premiers have been drastically unpopular.
And that's all.
Like not just in the like not just in like what they're passing and what they're doing, but like also in polls too.
We're asking for.
So what if the Prime Minister won't agree to a First Ministers meeting in January? I mean, will you let your health ministers meet and try to finish the work that they started in Vancouver?
Nope.
Well, I'm hoping that the Prime Minister will meet with us in January, and certainly the ball is in his court, and I want to ensure that he knows that we are ready and willing and able to sit down with him as premiers across this country and have this very important discussion on the future of healthcare in our country.
Wait, what? How is it in his court? Like, you were given more than enough to fund healthcare and shit.
Now, the provinces have been very clear. You want the Canada Health Transfer to increase from 22% up to 35% with indexation of 6%. Today, Federal Health Minister Jean-Yves Duclos said it doesn't make sense to talk about the numbers until you agree on the outcomes. Is that a conversation you're willing to have first?
Well, in order to have that conversation, we need to sit down at the table and have that discussion. And so we have put our offer on the table. We haven't seen anything from the federal government yet, but I'm hoping that we can get to the table with the Prime Minister early in the new year before they set their budget. I know he's already indicated a willingness to move on the Canada Health Transfer, and so we just need to sit down and have that discussion.
On that specifically, the health ministers did have a meeting last month and they couldn't move the ball any further ahead. What more can be accomplished by actually having the premiers and the Prime Minister around a table?
Well, this is really a discussion that needs to take place. This is about funding, and it needs to take place at the First Minister's meeting in early in the new year, prior to the federal government setting their budget. It's very critical that we are the ones that are sitting down and having that discussion. I know there was some discussion at the health minister's table. There was no offer put on the table, so we need to be very clear about that. There has been no offer put on the table by the federal government yet. We have put our offer on the table. We need to sit down now and have that discussion. Canadians expect us to sit down and work together as different levels of...
Well, yeah, but it doesn't help when one of the fucking parties is not playing ball and are essentially just passing idiotic laws provincially, or just not fucking doing their jobs and being held accountable for it. There's also that aspect of it as well. Haven't you ever considered that? Probably not.
Government to talk about what is arguably one of the most important issues that we're facing in our country right now in healthcare.
But Premier, how does that conversation move forward if the Prime Minister is sitting there as opposed to the health ministers who usually do a lot of that hard work?
Well, the Prime Minister makes the decisions for the federal government, and so I can think of no better person to sit down with us than him. That's the table that it needs to take place in our First Minister's meeting, and we look forward to having that discussion with him early in the new year.
So you've been firm in your call for increased funding without strings attached, but if that's the only roadblock to more money and better health care, are you willing to sit back and watch while your citizens live through a health care crisis?
Yes.
So we are obviously moving forward with delivering health care in each of our jurisdictions right across the country. That has not stopped. What we need to do is ensure that there's predictable and stable and long-term funding, a partner.
But there has been all of that. Like, it's there has been like stable funding for healthcare and shit. There hasn't been stable spending on healthcare.
At the table with us in the federal government, so that's what this is all about.
I was going to ask you, though, are we moving to a place where we could see 13 separate healthcare deals between the provinces and territories, just like we saw for that national childcare program?
I hope we're not moving in that direction. I think it's
Maybe.
very important that we sit down and have this discussion about the future of funding with healthcare. We need to have the federal government back at the table as a true partner. This used to be a 50-50 funding. That's now dwindled down to 22% on behalf of the federal government. That is not sustainable for the long term as costs continue to rise. And, you know, we can't just leave it to the provinces. We need to have the federal government at the table with us.
I know you said it's something you're not open to, but if that's what actually gets the ball forward, I mean, every province has said that their needs are different, and that's why they don't want the strings attached. So if the government comes to the table and says, we're going to negotiate separate deals with each province, would that not achieve a goal?
I mean, it would.
Well, I think what we need to do is ensure that, you know, we have no problem being accountable and transparent in the way of, you know, as provinces and territories.
But you literally haven't been any of that, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
We are accountable every day. We are the ones who deliver the healthcare services within our provinces and territories. We have no problem with that whatsoever. So if they're calling on accountability, we agree.
Yeah, we're calling on accountability, but like for you guys though.
And joining me now is
let's move on before you have a fucking aneurysm. Let's talk about the 2 Indigenous women who were killed in Winnipeg.
Cambria Harris. Cambria, thank you so much for making the time today. And first of all, our condolences to you and your family. I wanted to first ask you, you were listening in there to our conversation with Heather Stephenson. She had said that we are here for you. We want to work with you. Is that enough for you?
No.
You know, you can say all the words you want, but it's when you put those actions into place that I'll start to believe you and I'll take it apart.
Honestly, like words are meaningless. It's the actions that that matter more. Like, yeah, words do have the ability to influence, but I think that the actions of an individual speaks a lot more volumes, generally speaking.
So, you know, if you say you're here for me, then I will absolutely accept your help, and I will accept whatever help that might come along the way, so that we can bring these women home.
I wanted to ask you first off here, what do you want people to know about your mother?
My mother, she grew up on the streets majority of her life. She was in and out of homeless shelters and treatment centers. And society handed her the wrong cards and unfairly. And, you know, they've been doing it for hundreds of years. We saw it start with residential schools and then move on to the child welfare system, you know, the 60s scoop. And children are still getting taken today, and it's horrible. And, you know, my mother went through it all, and she didn't deserve it. And I want her to be remembered as like a strong, resilient woman, and she fought to survive.
Like, to anyone who knows like anything about Indigenous struggles and whatnot in Canada, like, this is unsurprising in the slightest, because I have heard the exact same thing amongst like activists as well as some Indigenous family members as well.
And how is your family dealing with all of this right now? One can only imagine the difficulties that you're going through.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking, and it's shocking that, you know, I needed to go all the way down to Parliament to beg for the world to hear my voice, and so that I can just ask to bring my loved ones home, because they don't deserve to sit in the landfill. If they want me to go pay my respects, they expect me to go to a landfill. That's wrong. So we need to change that and either bring them home or turn that place into a memorial. And, you know, yes, we have it paused for now, but there's still a lot more to be done, and we're not going to stop there.
And part of what you've asked to be done was to call for Police Chief Danny Smyth's resignation. Why do you think that that's important?
Because the fucking police chief doesn't give a shit. Like, realistically, especially within Manitoba, where there's a significantly higher violence towards Indigenous people, especially women, it's like it's ridiculous. Like, it happens way too much. Like, generally, like, this is a generalization for like a vast majority of provinces, but they tend to whenever like an Indigenous child runs away or gets kidnapped, I should say, that they tend to treat it like a runaway, which is psychotic because generally they're more they tend to be more like sexually assaulted, fucking have a higher violent percentage as well. Like, there's so much that goes on.
I think it's important because, over the years, we've asked over and over for something to change. And, they had a PowerPoint pulling all these statistics and stuff. But if you're able to pull the statistics, then why aren't you able to use them and change something? And that's what I don't understand. And like my sister said, if you don't feel like you're capable of finding them, then why are you not reaching out to other places in the world that has those resources to be able to find these women? No matter how hard or how big and difficult the task may seem, that's what they're making it seem like. They're making it seem like these women are a task, and they're not. They deserve to come home.
Since the operations were paused at the landfill, have you heard from police to discuss what might be a next step?
Probably
No,
not.
absolutely not. I haven't heard from them once.
There we go.
Since I
Hold
came
it.
to Parliament. They held their press conference and
Like, the police don't give a shit about the communities that they're supposed to be protecting. In fact, most police amongst like Indigenous communities tend to not even be from that jurisdiction. Police don't. The only thing that the fucking police care about is capital. They're only designed to fucking protect capital. They don't protect the fucking community at all. Like, that's why there's so much fucking over policing amongst like downtown Winnipeg, for example. Like, if anyone's been to downtown Winnipeg, you know what I'm talking about. As well as like north end of Winnipeg too. The north end of Winnipeg has a big problem as well.
We've asked publicly, and we've said we will try to meet a healthy compromise with you. But for it to just say it's a cold case and you're not going to search, we won't stand for that. So they've had more than enough chances, and I've got more than enough angry. So now I'm going to take it into my own hands.
And part of that was coming to Ottawa, and when you were here, you did speak with the Prime Minister. What did you say to him, and what did he say to you?
So the first thing I mentioned was he was wearing a red beaded missing and murdered Indigenous woman's dress. And I had one as well because we were gifted them from someone in the conference. And I said, like, look, we're matching. And he said, yes, but for all the wrong reasons. And, I'm sad that we have to meet under circumstances like this. And, like, my heart goes out to you and I commend you for your bravery. And I told him, there's a major flaw in the system. My mother went missing in May and there was an article released. And we saw in the conference, they admitted to knowing that there were remains that was believed to be in the landfill since June. And they didn't take a sample from me until September. And they didn't identify her until December 1st. So they gave you the timeline. And if you look at it, that's 3 to 5 months too late. And that's wrong. So something seriously needs to change.
Now, keep in mind, imagine if this was like a white child, right? The police would be all over that like no tomorrow. But since it was an older Indigenous woman that, or I should say it's an Indigenous woman, they didn't do anything until like months later, right? It's not even just like women like the 20s plus. It's also, you know, Indigenous children as well. It is absolutely disgusting that nothing is done for months, right? But having been in the Indigenous community for a while, I understand that, you know, generally speaking, it tends to be up to us to actually take action because the fucking cops won't do it. And then we'll get fucking brutalized for actually taking action when the cops won't. And it's so infuriating.
Something seriously needs to get fixed.
Do you have faith in Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and his government to make that change that you're calling for?
Yeah, I would hope so now that I come out publicly and, you know, I've had to grieve in front of the world, and I shouldn't have to put my heart out like that. I shouldn't have to put my heart and soul into these other women's voices and making sure that they're heard. And it should have been done a long time ago, honestly. And I'm sad that it had to come to this point. So I'm hoping that he does hold up to his word. And if he doesn't, then we already have other people looking into what it would take to get a search done.
What do you hope will happen in the days and weeks going forward, especially with your mom's case?
Well, I'm hoping that we're going to start looking into the logistics of what it would take to have search done, which is what my chief, Kyra Wilson, had said from Long Plain First Nation at the conference calling for his resignation. And she said, it's like, we're going to look into it. We don't know how much it's going to cost, what it's going to take, but we're going to get it done. And that's a promise because we've lost one too many women and it's got to end. We need to break this cycle of violence.
Very well said. Cambria Harris, thank you so much for your time this evening. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Conservatives are calling the Liberals' gun legislation the largest attack on law-abiding hunters in Canadian history. This after
we'll move on to that after. It was the wrong video.
Looking down from the air, it's clear how big an undertaking it would be to find human remains buried in this 4-acre landfill. Police say that the remains of Morgan Harris and Mercedes Myron were buried here some 7 months ago. They ruled out a search then.
Here you are, once again, creating unmarked graves of Indigenous peoples. That's wrong, and it needs to end.
Now the victims' families, along with Indigenous leaders, are demanding a search start now. And not only that.
I'm standing here today to ask for the resignation of the Chief of Police for the Winnipeg Police Service.
Chief Danny Smythe didn't respond to that, but earlier this week, police explained the decision last June not to search, saying too much time had passed between the discovery of the murders and the time the bodies were disposed.
I wonder why it was too long for or I wonder why they waited so long to actually fucking do something about it. I wonder why.
About 40 feet, and you can see you can't really see the garbage. It's underneath that wet, heavy construction clay that's been packed and bulldozed and manipulated by heavy machinery for 34 days.
Estimating 10,000 loads of refuse, including toxic compounds and animal remains, were dumped in the meantime. All of it compacted, packed down, and covered with clay.
The circumstances, combined with the safety hazard, form the basis of a difficult decision not to go forward.
Jeremy Skibicki is charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder, including Rebecca Contois, whose remains were found in a different landfill, and a 4th unknown woman identified by this jacket, now referred to as Buffalo Woman. The charges notwithstanding, the families and leaders are alleging racism in the decision not to search.
I mean, yeah, they're 100% correct. There definitely is racism amongst the police, for sure. Like, that's not surprising in the slightest. And anyone who acts surprised like this is a new thing, like, it's not. It's been going on for a while. It's been going on even before I was born. So it's not surprising in this like at all.
Message that you are sending is that our women do not matter.
Now the Premier and Mayor of Winnipeg are involved, getting the landfill to pause operations, not promising a search, but saying the feasibility of one will be examined.
I think it's very important that, for right now, we take this pause and we get this right.
Now, neither the Premier nor the Mayor can actually order the police to go conduct a search, so if one happens, it's unclear who would do that. In the meantime, the Chief of Police was called before the police board tonight to explain the investigation. We expect more on that tomorrow.
And Cam, would the police not want to have those remains for their investigation?
Well, certainly, they concede that would be much better, but the Crown has authorized 3 first-degree murder charges here in the absence of those remains. That's not common, but it's not unheard of either. In the meantime, the police aren't saying what their evidence is, while they do say they understand why people are upset. Adrian?
All right, Cam McIntosh in Winnipeg.
Because it always happens, man. It always happens, and we're not surprised at all when it happens.
Operations in this landfill are paused as the question looms. What now? Police say they can't recover the remains of 2 murdered Indigenous women thought to be buried here. Politicians facing fierce blowback say they're looking at it.
I'm not in a position to confirm what type of operation it would be if the search was conducted.
The families of Morgan Harris and Mercedes Myron, along with Indigenous leaders, accuse police of racism for ruling out a search.
And here you are, once again, creating unmarked graves of Indigenous peoples.
We didn't have a starting point.
Police say by the time they discovered the murders,
Bullshit, they didn't have a
month's worth of
starting
garbage,
point.
including animal remains, were compacted and buried on top, with no records where the remains were dumped.
So what we're left with is the potential task of searching for human remains across a 4-acre site that was 40 feet in depth.
Landfills are probably the most difficult search.
We put the details to this forensics expert who has...
Well, then maybe you guys should just do your fucking job. Like, you get paid so much fucking money and you don't do anything. Maybe we should fucking start cutting some funding to you guys then. If you're not gonna do your job.
Has advised on landfill searches across the U.S. The time passed, the volume of garbage, he says, would make it near impossible.
I don't think the police had any other choice.
Successful landfill searches, he says, are confined to small areas where dumping records exist. That's how this began. Police found the body of Rebecca Contois hours after it was dumped in a different landfill. The garbage truck had GPS. That investigation led police to the killings of Harris, Myron, and another woman. Jeremy Skibicki is facing 4 first-degree murder charges. As for the suggestion of a search now, 7 months on, Gardner is blunt.
You'd have to have an extremely good circumstance.
A decision on a search has not been made. Meanwhile, the chief of police is rejecting calls for his resignation, saying he'll see this case to trial. Cameron McIntosh, CBC News, Winnipeg. Sorrow for 4 slain women and anger at what appears to be targeted killings, including Cambria Harris's mother, Morgan.
I think it's sad that time and time again that we have to keep coming here to gather for sad circumstances like this when our family members go missing. There were 4 women found.
Like, I wonder how many more Indigenous people have to fucking die before shit actually changes, because clearly it's not enough, right? It's clearly not enough for these clowns to actually do their fucking jobs. It's ridiculous.
And those women had families. They were mothers, they were cousins, sisters, and they didn't deserve that.
Morgan Harris, Mercedes Myron, Rebecca Contois, and a 4th woman police say they can't yet identify.
The last thing that we want
is for this fourth victim to remain a Jane Doe.
It's always unsettling when there's any kind of a serial killing.
Jeremy Anthony Michael Skibicki faces 4 counts of first-degree murder. First charged and detained in May after police recovered Contois' remains. Now, even though they have not found the remains of the other women, police say DNA evidence links Skibicki to the deaths of Harris, Myron, and the unknown woman, all killed between March and May.
We're of the belief with the information we have right now that Skibicki acted alone.
Move it over this way a little bit more.
For months, there have been community searches for Myron and Harris. Recently, we talked to Myron's grandmother, putting up missing posters.
It's scary. We just want to find her alive.
Myron and Harris both came from Long Plain First Nation, not far from Winnipeg.
Right now, it's just really trying to figure out how we can come together to support each other.
Chief Kyra Wilson is also related to Contois.
She was also a part of my extended family. So I have connection to the 3 women that were identified today. And it's just, it's a really, really sad day.
And an angry day, with renewed calls for protections for Indigenous women.
Not a day goes by that we don't ask for that. And today is why.
Others want to see this treated as a hate crime, saying the problem of targeted violence.
I mean, yeah, like it probably is a hate crime. 100%.
Violence is bigger than one man.
It hasn't made the city any safer by him being off the street, because women have still gone missing and murdered since the time he's been incarcerated.
Meanwhile, from Winnipeg's new mayor, acknowledgement. Indigenous women are being failed.
As a citizen, I cannot accept that, and as a city, we must not accept that. We need to do more.
Here in Manitoba, politicians of all stripes have been saying that for a very long time, with little progress.
Yeah.
They have indeed, Cam. Do we know anything else about the 4th victim or whether there might actually be others?
Well, the police today did release a photograph of a jacket they believe belonged to that 4th unnamed victim, who they actually believe was killed first. They're asking anyone that recognizes that jacket in that photo to get in touch with police with any information they may have. As for the question of whether there could be more victims, I put that to the police in the news conference today. They say right now their evidence is pointing just to these 4 victims.
All right, Cam McIntosh in Winnipeg, thank you.
I mean, it's way too many, man.
Let's bring in someone with deep roots in the community. First, as a storyteller and as a former Grand Chief, Sheila North. Sheila, thank you for being with us. This is really tough. You have been a stalwart in your community, and as someone who's been telling the stories of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, what is happening in your mind on a night like this?
Well, it doesn't get any easier every time you hear it. It actually brings you back to the same feelings and emotions the first time you hear it and the first time you understand the magnitude of what happened. And it brought me back to that very same place today, this afternoon, when I heard, and it stopped me in my tracks. And my heart is broken, and I can't imagine how the families are feeling.
No, I know. I hear that. You know, there's so much, Sheila, that we don't know about what happened here, but from all the work in the...
I mean, like, the cops' response to this reminds me a lot of an investigation that was going on when I was a kid. Essentially, there was someone similar doing the exact same thing, and instead of fucking throwing the bodies into landfills, they threw it into the Red River, and the police didn't do anything until investigate until it was like 4 months later or something like that, before like this stuff became public knowledge. Like it's been going on for a while, man. It's really infuriating.
The inquiry into missing, murdered Indigenous women and girls, there are strong recommendations, and I'm curious what you think has not been addressed.
Well, I think that there's been a great effort, and I know many great people that are involved in trying to have an implementation effort and trying to, make sure that these calls to justice are being implemented. And I applaud the efforts on that, but we're not seeing some very, very important steps, immediate steps and one of them including supporting in any single and every opportunity we can to uphold and honor Indigenous women by providing the necessary resources they need to be self-sufficient, and that's proper education, lift them out of poverty, childcare, and jobs and training. Our women are dying literally on our streets because of the lack of respect that they have in their own country, and we all can do something about it right now.
Just the basics, just the core basics. Sheila, thank you for spending time with us. We will talk again.
Thank you very much, Jaguse.
Okay. Family and community members were outraged by the revelation this week that police believe the bodies of 2 homicide victims had ended up in a landfill north of Winnipeg. The outrage deepened when Winnipeg police said they had no plans to search the Prairie Green landfill site for the remains of Mercedes Myron and Morgan Harris, both of whom they alleged were killed by the same man, saying the task exceeded their capabilities, which is bullshit. If it's beyond their capabilities, then you shouldn't be fucking qualified to do so. When the families and community leaders put pressure on police and politicians to attempt a search, one U.S. foreign expert warns the circumstances make the chances of a successful search low. Landfills are probably the most difficult search circumstances, said Ross Gardner, an author, instructor, and consultant in crime scene investigation based in Georgia. Oh, that's not that's not a good thing to hear. I don't fucking care what his point of view is. Like, come on, bro. They're hired to look, or like they're paid to do their fucking jobs, but they can't even do that. Landfill searches create monumental hurdles that the investigative teams got to get over. Police allege that both Harris and Marin were killed by Jeremy Skibaki, who had previously been charged in May with first-degree murder in the death of Rebecca Coltis. Her partial remains were found in a garbage bin in a northeast Winnipeg back alley on May 16th. The investigation led police to close off the section of the city's Broad Road landfill, where they discovered more remains on June 14th. Like, I mean, if he's already setting off red fucking flags, like, why don't they do something about it? And instead of letting people like this roam free, fuck. Like, I do fucking hate, like, our criminal justice system, but, you know, if you're gonna be a gigantic defender of it, you should be, you know, fucking doing something about it. And not tossing up your hands being like, oh, we can't do anything about it. But police have said there are key differences between operations at the Brady and Prairie Green landfills and the timing of the investigation that would make a similar search for the victims unfeasible. Generally, what you're looking for is some intelligence as to where the body was deposited, he said Gardner. If the operations at the landfill involve a dumping and lift, there may be no way to go to find what you're looking for, he said. Well, the Brady Road landfill is owned by the city of Winnipeg. Prairie Green is a privately owned facility. In the case of the search for Pontos, the officers were able to pinpoint the general area where her remains might be. Within 5 hours, they were able to stop trucks from dumping more garbage. Earlier this week, Winnipeg police forensics investigator Cam McKidd said officers learned the remains of Harris and Myron might be in the Prairie Green landfill on June 20th. More than a month after it's believed they were taken there, which is unsurprising. During that time, around 10,000 loads of debris, as well as 10,000 tons of animal remains, were deposited at the site, according to police. The garbage truck believed to have been carrying the remains wasn't equipped with a GPS tracker, as the garbage was later compacted within 9,000 tons of wet, heavy concrete clay, or construction clay. A lot of waste management services, what they do is they build cells, said Gardner. On a given day, they dump at a particular site, they compact that, then they start another one. And so effectively you end up with these 100-foot by 150-foot cells. The fact that animal parts are included in the waste makes finding human remains even more difficult, Gardner said. I think it would be physically impossible to find human remains that in those circumstances, he said. After time, how would you distinguish between the human body and some portions of a animal corpse? However, another U.S. expert thinks there's a possibility a search at Prairie Green would be successful. Eric Bartlink, a professor of anthropology and director of the Human Identity Laboratory at California State University, Chicago, or University Chico, said a search would have to start getting an experienced backhoe operator and to carefully remove debris when they then start to dig through the heavy clay. Such a dig might produce clues like newspapers, receipts, and other dated documents in the trash that could help focus a search, he told CBC in an interview earlier this week. Searches may take weeks and aren't always successful, but he pointed to successful efforts in Utah, Oregon, and South Carolina during the last 20 years. Well, if law enforcement are capable of doing it, they if they can get the resources to do it, it's definitely worth doing, Bart Link said. Winnipeg police have made previous unsuccessful attempts to find the remains of a homicide victim. Yeah, that's the fucking Winnipeg police for you. Like, what else do you expect, man? It's essentially how they fucking go. Or what they do. Because, like, Winnipeg police are notoriously fucking bad. The police service spent 6 days searching for Tanya Pak, 31, at the Brady Road landfill in October of 2012, more than a year after she went missing. She was never found. Members of Nipnak's family have said it was difficult to convince police to search the dump. Other Canadian searches have been successful, though. In June 2021, police in Ontario said they would search the Green Lane landfill in Southwold, Ontario, the main waste management site for Toronto, for the remains of Nathaniel Bertel, who disappeared in January 2021. They found his remains in August that year. That search was aided by the fact the facility kept detailed records of materials was dumped. On February 17th, 2019, a search of Ottawa's Trail Roads landfill led to the discovery of a body of Susan Hubu Ikotuk, I hope I'm saying that right, who had been missing since January 11th. An 18-day search involved almost 100 people. For now, dumping at the Prairie Green landfill has been halted while political leaders and police discuss how a search might be conducted. Gardner said he understands why the families of Harris and Myron want police to search the Prairie Green landfill. That's tough. The families obviously don't want to have this situation, and that's a tough pill to swallow. But that's a reality. But there's a reality to it, he said. Quote, I can't visualize a functional way to accomplish it. Despite the fact that, you know, there were suggestions how to actually fucking do it. Amid calls for his resignation, Winnipeg's police chief says he will not be stepping down and is committed to getting justice for victims of an alleged serial killer. Calls for Winnipeg police chief Danny Smith's resignation has been growing from First Nation leaders and grieving family members since he announced police would not be searching the landfills for the two victims of allegedly serial killer Jeremy Skibukchik. I will not be resigning, Smith said in a written statement released Friday. I understand your calls. The pain and sorrow is unimaginable As as chief of police, I am committed to securing a criminal conviction for these horrendous crimes. Smith reported earlier in December that investigators believe the remains of Morgan Harris and Mercedes Miron, who were both from Log Plain but lived in Winnipeg, are likely in Fur Green landfill. He said a search for the remains is not feasible due to part of the passage of time and the 10,000 truckloads of garbage dumped in the area, since the remains are believed to have ended up in spring. It ended up in the landfill in the spring. Speaking in on Ottawa on Thursday. Excuse me. Long Plain First Nations Chief Freya Wilson said failing to search for the woman's remains does not instill a sense of safety in the community. The message you are sending it to the greater community is that Indigenous don't matter, Wilson said. That if somebody wants to hurt our women, that they can dump them in a landfill and no one will look for them. Manitoba's Premier Heather Stephenson joined by saying Winnipeg Mayor Scott Gilgram announced Thursday that operations at the landfill had been paused while officials worked to figure out the next steps in the investigation. Winnipeg Police Board Chair Council Marcus Chambers met with the Winnipeg Police Thursday night about the search. Chambers told CTV News on Friday that any search would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, he said something has to be done that is meaningful and that demonstrates their lives are of the victims matter. Along with this, he said a search could also be important for holding future criminals accountable as well. Well, hopefully, it'll stand as a deterrent that if you plan a murder and plan to use a dump to dispose of the body. There will be a search to that area to ensure evidence can be collected and hold that individual accountable, he told CTV News. In Smith's statement Friday, such was sent First Nation leaders as well. He said he is supportive of exploring whether possibility to recover remains of Ryan and Harris. Smith said the investigations into the deaths of the four victims, Rebecca Pontis, Mercedes Miron, Morgan Harris, and Buffalo Woman, have been one of the most complex and important investigations of his tenure. He said difficult decisions were made to advance the investigation to bring charges against Sabiki. Jeremy Sabiki, 35, is facing 4 counts of first-degree murder. The charges have not been tested in court. Okay, let's get on to some other news. So there was a I guess we're moving on to Bill C 21 updates on that. So
After an
hop into
amendment,
it.
some hunting rifles and shotguns now appear on a list of what the government is proposing to ban.
Mr. Speaker, even their own backbench are getting the message. Canadians don't want to ban hunters, they want to stop criminals. Will the government get the message?
If the Conservatives were serious about protecting our communities from gun violence, then they would reverse their position, support these measures so we can go after the criminals who've been terrorizing our communities for far too long with guns. Thank you.
Okay, so Prime Minister Justin Trudeau insists they're still consulting with Canadians on this, but Mark Rickman is the manager of policy at the Ontario Federation of Anglers and Hunters. Mark Rickman, I wonder if you can help me clear up some of the confusion here, because the government says these are assault-style weapons, weapons intended for the battlefield in many cases, but your organization says they're hunting rifles. Why is there such a disconnect here on these weapons?
Yeah, there's a little bit of confusion. Absolutely. I'll be the first to admit it. There are certainly a lot of military style or assault style firearms and weapons of war listed in the amendment that would be prohibited under Bill C-21. However, as a result of the existing or proposed wording of the amendments that were introduced at the Standing Committee a couple of weeks ago, those amendments would greatly expand the scope of the definition of a prohibited firearm under the criminal code, to the point that several models of popular hunting rifles and shotguns would become prohibited if it's adopted as it's currently written.
So let's talk about those hunting rifles if we can. And I will confess to not being a gun expert. I've got people in my family who hunt. I don't do it myself. But can there be a weapon that is a popular hunting weapon, but clearly does fall into a category that police forces and governments might want to say, this is just too dangerous to have in mass circulation? I mean, when you look at the expanded list, are there weapons there that you think the government has a point on, or is this total overreach?
Well, I would argue that everything should be open for debate, or a lot of things should be open for debate. I don't think you're going to find many Canadians that are going to push back against the government's desire to ban mortars and rocket launchers and things like that, and really heavy machine guns and things like that. The concern, certainly among the hunting community recently, is that what I would argue are probably unintended consequences of the wording of the amendment are going to capture some of those popular hunting rifles and shotguns, as you mentioned. The SKS is one. We can talk about, we can debate whether any particular model of firearm should or should not be prohibited and on that list. But the process, I would argue, is part of the problem in that the amendment was proposed at the Standing Committee, so after second reading, at the point after which individuals and groups like the OFAH would have been able to provide testimony and evidence. So we couldn't do that for the amendment. So if if the OFAH had successfully petitioned to provide evidence to the House of Commons, which we were unsuccessful doing, unfortunately, this might have been avoided a little bit. They might have been able to understand where the hunting community concerns are and potentially change the wording of the amendments. But unfortunately, we weren't given that opportunity.
No, and I certainly understand the process concerns. I mean, even the New Democrats, who broadly support the gun legislation, say this is a problematic way to make law and something that they need to speak to the Liberals about. But let's focus on the SKS for an instance, okay? Because that is a very popular rifle. I had Marco Mendicino on the show the other day, and he made very clear that this was a weapon that was intended for the battlefield. Now, it was the battlefields of 75, 80 years ago, not in the AR-15 modern capacity thing. But I understand that's a popular hunting rifle, but is that a necessary hunting rifle? If you look at its deadly capacity, if used in a way that it's not intended for hunting, is this a gun you can make an argument should be on a banned list?
I'm sure some people can make an argument. I think the danger that we get ourselves into is when we start using subjective terms like reasonable for hunting or necessary for hunting. I mean, those are very subjective, and those can be argued, generally end up being argued in a court of law. In fact, a colleague of mine did some research and did author an extensive report on some of the firearm models that would be prohibited under the May 2020 order in council that are actually very reasonable for use in hunting for various reasons, whether they're the appropriate caliber for the game that is being hunted, for instance, if they're efficient at generating a clean and ethical kill, for instance. So those are the kinds of things that we think of, or we being the OFAH think of when we think about whether or not any particular firearm should be used or is reasonable for hunting. There are some calibers of firearm that are perfectly reasonable for hunting, say, small game, that would not be reasonable for hunting big game like deer or moose, for instance. So I think the problem we get ourselves into is using those subjective terms, ignoring sort of the form and function of some of these firearm types, and focusing probably a little bit too much on whether or not something was originally created for the battlefield, like an old musket, for instance. I mean, those were generally designed for war, obviously, but you wouldn't send any soldier into a modern day battlefield with a muzzle loader, for instance.
No, not with any hope, anyway. But you mentioned you mentioned the SKS and some of these more powerful weapons that you want it for the stopping power, for the clean, ethical kill, because you don't want to wound a moose and have it run off into the woods and die slowly and bleed out. But surely there would be alternative weapons or rifles that hunters could switch to if some of these, like these are not the only option out there, correct?
Yeah, let's be very clear that this legislation, including the amendments that were proposed at the standing committee, are not intended to, and as worded, they are not going to eliminate all common and reasonable hunting rifles and shotguns in Canada. That is not the case. The concern that we have is that we were told that by the government repeatedly that they would not be coming after hunters, and for the most part, they didn't until the amendments were proposed at the standing committee stage. And as you've alluded to, and as you've spoken to various guests on your show, there are clearly some reasonable hunting firearms that are proposed to be prohibited on this list.
So help me with the compromise then at this point, because if they're not going to redo the process and have you come in and testify in expertise, is there a way to amend this list in unofficial consultation with groups like yours where you can get to, where they can get the expanded level of public safety they're looking for, but hunters can still have the flexibility they need to carry out their sport or subsistence hunting in a way that's safe and reasonable for you? I mean, does that compromise path exist?
I'm sure it does, right?
So we would argue that you're right. The process has been a little bit problematic so far, but that doesn't mean that there isn't an opportunity for some of that more informal consultation. Obviously, the standing committee's job is to do a clause-by-clause review of the bill and proposed amendments and propose recommendations for change. So the OFAH has a reputation for being very reasonable and constructive and working very well with all political parties at all levels of government. And we will continue to work with this government and MPs from all parties to develop policies and legislation that respects the hunting community across Canada, while also advancing the government's commitment to restrict certain kinds of weapons in the hands of Canadians.
So just a final question, Mr. Rickman. The Prime Minister said earlier this week they're listening to concerns from hunters. They may be willing to open to change. You've referenced this. I mean, how sincere do you take that? Do you really get the sense that the government is willing to do this? Because when the politicians are arguing about it, they all dig in. But what is your sense as the end point of the consequence of this legislation?
Well, let's put it this way. The OFAH is going to take the Prime Minister at his word and hold his feet to the fire and ensure that he follows through on his commitment to listen to the hunting community concerns and do our best to engage, like I said, with MPs from all parties to ensure that those concerns are heard and that we make constructive and reasoned and evidence-based recommendations for change.
Okay. Mark Rickman, thank you so much for your time.
Okay.
Now, another story that we are...
So, an American journalist was killed in Qatar, so we'll be touching on that.
Our tracking this morning comes from the World Cup, and a prominent American sports journalist has died. Grant Wall collapsed at a match last night, and he was just 48 years old. You might recognize his name. That's after a recent Twitter post of his went viral when he claimed he was refused entry to a World Cup match a couple of weeks ago for wearing a shirt with a rainbow flag. We spoke to fellow soccer journalist Peter Galindo last hour, and he talked about the legacy Wall leaves behind.
He is a pioneer in the North American soccer journalism world, but more than that, he was also a reporter who wasn't afraid to talk about the hard issues and always made time for young up-and-coming journalists. There were stories when he was laid off at Sports Illustrated along with dozens of others. He actually helped pass along resumes of the editors and the backroom staff to get them jobs elsewhere.
The back rooms.
You know, that's just the kind of person he was, which is what makes this even more sad.
Tell us more about who he was personally and what he was like to work with.
He never really had an issue whenever, no matter how busy he was, no matter what was on his plate, he always made time for people, especially young journalists. And that was the great thing about Grant, is that even though he was this big time soccer reporter, he always had time for everybody and always wanted to make sure that he was supporting others and bigging people up, because that's the one thing about especially the North American soccer community. It's so small, it's quite niche, that you kind of need to support each other to help the sport as well as the media division grow. And he recognized that more than anybody else. And it's because of journalists like him that I have a job now in this industry, that so many others have a job in the industry, and just such a kind-hearted person who, again, as I mentioned off the top, he was not afraid to dive into the tough stories that maybe not everybody wanted to cover. And that's somebody that you can aspire to be. And that's why, again, he's going to be just so deeply missed.
Canadian soccer journalist Peter Galindo speaking with me earlier from Galway, Ireland.
Okay. Grant Wall, an American journalist who helped grow the population, or helped grow the population of soccer, or popularity of soccer, sorry, in the U.S., and reported some of the biggest stories in the sport, died Saturday while covering a World Cup match between Argentina and the Netherlands. He was 48. Wall fell back in his seat in a section of Lusail Stadium reserved for journalists during extra time of the game, and reporters adjacent to him called for assistance. Emergency services workers responded very quickly, treating him for 20 to 30 minutes on site, and was taken and then took him out on a stretcher, said Keir Rednage, a veteran British sports journalist who was working nearby at the time. The World Cup organizing committee said he was taken to Doha's Hamid's General Hospital, but it did not state the cause of death. If oh man, what's going on with me? We are in touch with the U.S. Embassy and relevant local authorities to ensure the process of repatriating the body is in accordance with the family's wishes, it said in the statement. Wall, who wrote for Sports Illustrated for more than 2 decades, had then started his own website. It was a major voice of informing an American public of soccer during times of increased interest after the U.S. hosted the 1994 World Cup. He also brought a critical eye to the organizational bodies of the international sports. Wall attempted to run for FIFA president against Sepp Blatter and Mohammed bin Hammam in 2011. He promised to open FIFA to greater transparency and said he contacted 150 countries without winning support for the nominations. He really helped put soccer in the mainstream sports map in the States, Radnage said. Grant had a strong moral compass on where sports should be and how sport should help set standards for people, he said. There was never any doubt that Grant was on the side of the good guys in wanting soccer to make it the best for itself. Wall was covering the 8th World Cup when World Cup. He wrote Monday on his website that he had visited a medical clinic in Qatar. My body finally broke down for me. 3 weeks later, 3 weeks of little sleep, high stress, and lots of work can do that to you, Wall wrote. What had been a cold over the last 10 days turned into something more severe on the night of the US-Netherlands game. I could feel my upper chest take on a new level of pressure and discomfort. Wall wrote that he tested negative for COVID-19 and sought treatment for his symptoms. I went to the medical clinic at the main media center today, and they said I probably have bronchitis. They gave me a course of antibiotics and some heavy-duty cough syrup, and I'm already feeling a bit better. Just a few hours later, still no bueno, he wrote. Wall tweeted on Wednesday that he had celebrated his birthday that day. We could always count on Grant to deliver insightful and entertaining stories about our game and its major protagonists. The U.S. Soccer Foundation said in a statement Grant's passion for soccer and commitment to elevating its profile across the sporting landscape played a major role in helping to drive interest in and respect for our beautiful game. Wall's wife, Dr. Sinol Gronder, tweeted that she was thankful for the support of her husband's soccer family and friends who had reached out. I'm in complete shock, wrote Gronder, who is an associate professor at New York University School of Medicine and attending a physician at Believe Hospital Center and a CBC News contributor. U.S. State Department spokesperson Ned Price said in a tweet that American officials were in touch with Qatari authorities to see to it that his family's wishes are fulfilled as exponentially as possible. Wall wore a rainbow t-shirt in support of LGBTQ rights to the U.S. To the United States World Cup opener against Wales on November 21st. He wrote that security refused him entry and told him to remove the shirt. Gay and lesbian sex is criminalized in Qatar, a conservative Muslim emirate. Say mushroom. Wall wrote he was detained for 15 minutes at Ahmed bin Ali Stadium in Al Reina then was let go by a security commander. Wall said FIFA apologized to him. Among Wall's work before he began covering soccer exclusively was a Sports Illustrated cover story on LeBron James in 2002, when James was a junior at St. Vincent St. Mary High in Akron, Ohio. He was always pretty cool to be around. He spent lots of time in my hometown of Akron, James said in Philadelphia after the Los Angeles Lakers lost in overtime to the 76ers. Anytime his name would come up, I'll always think back to me as a teenager having Grant in our building down at St. V's. It's a tragic loss. It's unfortunate to lose someone as great as he was. I wish his family the best. May he rest in paradise. A voter at times in FIFA's annual awards, Wall is among 82 journalists honored last week by FIFA and the International Sports Press Association, AIPS, for attending eight or more World Cups. His love for football was immense, and his reporting will be missed by all who follow the global game. FIFA President Gianni Infantino said in a statement, Wall graduated from Princeton in 1996 and worked for Sports Illustrated from 1996 to 2021, known primarily for his coverage of soccer and college basketball. He then launched his own website, Football with Grant Wall, and a podcast with Meadowlark Media. Wall also worked for Fox Sports from 2012 to 2019 and was hired by CBS Sports in 2021 as an analyst and editorial consultant. Wall wrote the 2009 book, The Beckham Experiment, after English soccer star David Beckham joined the Major League Soccer's LA Galaxy, and the 2018 book Masters of Modern Soccer. His death at the World Cup left few journalists covering the game stunned. You come to a World Cup as a journalist to work, to share the stresses, to pressures, but also the enjoyments and the fascinations of it, and to share share that with your readers, your listeners, your viewers. That's what Grant was doing. That's what he enjoyed doing. Everybody recognized that with that enthusiasm in him, Rednidge said. So for him to not be with us anymore is at such a young age is an immense shock. Okay, one more and then we'll move on to some fun stuff. As the United Nations COP15 conference on biodiversity continues in Montreal, protesters gather in a square St. Louis for what has been dubbed the largest protest by organizers. It is one of several demonstrations being spearheaded by a grassroots group made up of self-described ecologists and anti-capitalists. Let's go. A few hundred participants gather in the city square where speeches were made decrying a lack of political will to enact climate action. Simon Perry liaison with a group called Alternative Socialist told Global News he doesn't believe COP15, where delegates and world leaders from 200 countries work to hammer out a deal to protect the planet's biodiversity, will lead to change. It's basically gaslights for pollution into thinking that these people are going to solve anything, when for the last 20 years they've been making goals for themselves and not actually even reaching their own objectives. Lazon said, "It doesn't matter what they actually say they'll do if they don't actually do it." Lazon believes change will come only if groups with shared interests in protecting the environment unite to put pressure on businesses and governments while placing people and nature above profits. I mean, yeah, he's right about that. In their own isolation, they are not big enough and strong enough to bend the government to do the changes that are necessary in society to tackle climate change, he said. Meanwhile, others in the square unfurled a large red banner that read in French, "For biodiversity against COP15," before setting out on a march through city streets amid a large police presence. Montreal's police spokesman Manuel Gontier reported one incident of vandalism early on in March, saying the windows have a financial institution on St. Hubert Street had been broken. By 5 p.m., however, Gontier said that intensity of the crowd was beginning to change, with fireworks being set off and stickers being placed on cars. Oh no! What will they do? What will they do? Oh no! A little bit of fucking fireworks going off and stickers being placed on cars. Who fucking cares? This prompted officers following the march to issue a warning. "We are presently observing unlawful conduct to ensure the event proceeds smoothly. We order you to immediately comply with rules." The demonstration was still ongoing at 6 p.m. before, but was winding down, according to police, who said the number of participants had begun to dwindle. The protest ended before 7 p.m., and Gontier said there were no arrests. I mean, okay, what the fuck would happen, you know, or what the hell would they do if something like the fucking convoy happened again, right? All right, let's move on to some fun stuff. Let's have a little bit of fun.
criminal justice system should be based on fair and just prosecution.
Did he or didn't he? Is he a great guy or is he a psychopath? Everybody loves a whodunit.
We are standing here today because that wasn't done 23 years ago.
Serial. The hit podcast Serial.
Ultimately, it was about narrative. It was much easier and much simpler to tell a good story. The murder of someone should not be intellectual property.
If you found my body, do not make a documentary about me.
It wasn't even about the evidence anymore.
Did they get the right guy? Yeah. It was junk science then, it's junk science now. Wrongfully convicting people coast to coast.
I remember sitting there thinking, how could they be getting this so wrong?
True crime hasn't really changed the justice system. It's changed the expectations of the justice system.
Hey listeners, what do we love more than true crime? Worrying about why we love it.
This video is true crime media influencing our justice system.
But what if our troubling connection isn't to murder itself, but the telling of it, the story? In her book, The Invention of Murder, Judith Flanders writes how, at the height of Jack the Ripper's brutal murder spree, the newspapers were consumed with gruesome stories of the horrific crimes. Meanwhile, it was the images in the penny dreadfuls that authorities were most concerned with. The once text-based playbills could now be printed as artful posters. Authorities worried these pictures could do to the public what, quote, the taste of blood produces upon the tiger. But I wonder, in the backdrop of the jungle, is it the blood or the tiger that's to blame for this unquenchable thirst? 40 years after the Jack the Ripper murders, Chief Justice of England, Lord Hewart, proclaimed, "Justice should not only be done, but should manifestly and undoubtedly be seen to be done." Of course, what he meant was justice needs to be transparent and understood, not literally seen. But one could argue we went another way.
In the early 90s, the dawn of the era of true crime TV, there really were two watershed events. That wouldn't have been possible without the technology to do it.
Dramatic videotape obtained by
The city of Los Angeles, in particular, was still reeling from the beating of Rodney King.
Captured on grainy home video.
The acquittal of Los Angeles police detectives.
I should quickly. And I think we're okay.
In that beating.
And then the riots that followed.
They let them get away with what they did, so we gonna do what we gotta do.
It was a city on edge.
Of course, the O.J. Simpson slow speed chase.
The Bronco. I'm going to use a pair of binoculars. Here was this case involving a famous football star and actor, the gruesome murder of his ex-wife and a friend, Ron Goldman.
Died of multiple stab wounds. Their bodies were found outside her home.
It became clear early on in the investigation that O.J. Simpson was the prime suspect in the case.
Police have been collecting evidence at O.J. Simpson's
and there was physical evidence linking him to the crime.
Reddish-brown stains in the driveway. Newspaper reports say a blood-stained glove was found in the house.
I'm just not too sure if we're gonna get any blood or shit.
On the highway was being televised everywhere.
The networks essentially preempted their entertainment coverage.
And then the media circus really began.
I think we're okay.
The experience of being part of the so-called trial of the century, I don't think I realized what was happening as it was happening.
As the O.J. Simpson trial officially began,
It was the typical media circus as the main participants arrived for day number 1.
Because the judge, Lance Ito, made the decision to include cameras in the courtroom, it meant that the defense, and of course the prosecutors, weren't just trying the case in front of 12 jurors, they were trying the case in front of the entire world.
I'm often asked about the media coverage with my brother's case and if I thought it impacted the outcome. I think the media absolutely turned our case upside down. You know, I went to court every day. I didn't miss any testimony. I just...
Like, wasn't like the OJ case like incredibly controversial? I don't know enough about the OJ case. Like, isn't it like commonly believed that the jury made a mistake, right? That's, I think so, right? I think that's the narrative surrounding it. I'm not too sure.
This was judged constantly, and it's uncomfortable because that's the lowest point in my life. And I remember coming home and, you know, we were watching the news and I remember sitting there thinking, that didn't happen. How could they be getting this so wrong?
LAPD's laboratory is
I mean, it's for entertainment reasons,
They
right?
would see police talking about how they investigate crimes and often how incompetently or how badly they investigated those crimes.
You say on your oath that you have not addressed any black person as a or spoken about black people as in the past 10 years, Detective Furman.
Damn, bro.
The networks, on one hand, seeing a public service, but on the other hand, saying, wait a minute, this is one of the most compelling things we'll ever see. And it was a circus, right? Judge Ito, the racist cop, the glove that didn't fit.
The gloves didn't fit. Bye.
All of those things all rolled into one. How could you not be interested in that?
So even though the OJ jury was sequestered, is it really reasonable to expect that they would never watch TV ever for 9 months? And they were really getting a crash course in reasonable doubt.
We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Orenthal James Simpson, not guilty of the crime of murder, a felony upon Nicole Brown Simpson. We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Orenthal James Simpson, not guilty of the crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 187A of...
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was very divisive and not too great, right?
felony upon Ronald Lyle Goldman, a human being, as charged in count 2 of the information.
And I think I had to learn how to accept that because as a result of having the media have so much coverage, the world got to see how imbalanced our system is, and the world also got to see him be acquitted, but also know that he was guilty. So I'm thankful for that because people came to their own conclusion.
But unfortunately, there weren't many trials after that where the judge was willing to let the media in 24/7. So I was overseeing the crime programming on A&E, and Court TV hired me away to be one of the architects of their primetime crime strategy. The strategy was we'll do live trials during the day, and at night we'll do this sort of mystery, suspense, murder mystery programming.
I mean, it's just the way that fucking capitalism operates, right? It's, you know, they just want to make more money. I'm not surprised by this at all.
Forensic Files, Forensic Factor. They were procedural, about science. They launched a tremendous interest in the science of crime solving. True crime hasn't really changed the justice system. It's changed the expectations of the justice system.
True crime documentaries have a tendency to oversimplify the criminal justice system generally and the use of forensic sciences in particular.
Was it bad luck? Or, as one forensic scientist asked, was it too coincidental?
Because in a Forensic Files or Forensic Fact or any of those shows. The crime scene guys come in, 15 minutes later, they have a sample, they shine that light on the wall, and someone is arrested.
The body's cold.
So, a television show that became phenomenally popular in the early 2000s in particular was CSI.
How do you talk to a dead body? I let him talk to me, actually.
It's about crime scene investigations, right?
I fell to his death wearing prescription eyeglasses.
And so
I mean, not gonna lie, like, I've always found, like, some entertainment in, like, true crime shit. It's, definitely, you know, I think it's fun, but I do recognize that there are, like, problems amongst it, and, or problems with it. Like, they generally tend to, like, underplay and undermine stuff, and also, like, what's the best way I can what's the word I'm looking for? They tend to, like, fantasize a lot of the actions taken as well.
Scene investigations typically involve forensic sciences, and it has been depicted on that show and very similar shows for 20 years as being objective, infallible, fast, conclusive. Show after show after show after show.
You can tell all that just by looking at a pair of eyeglasses? You have no idea.
It brought forensic science techniques to a mass media consciousness in a way that had never been done before. And so it created what is known as the CSI effect.
So concentrate on what cannot lie, the evidence.
It creates false expectations in lay audiences. And the problem with that is that those are our jurors, and those are our judges, and those are our lawyers.
The actual practice.
I do think another show, like, in recent memory that has been, like, contributing to, like, the fantasization or the like, making it, like, mythological and, like, everything like that is also Netflix's Dahmer show as well. And, like, I have talked to people that I know about it, or about that show, that are into, like, true crime and shit.
Of forensic science bears no relation to what was depicted on CSI and other crime shows.
Virtually all forensic techniques have led to wrongful conviction at one time or another, including early DNA evidence and fingerprint evidence and comparative bullet lead analysis and hair microscopy and shaken baby syndrome and blood spatter evidence and bite marks. A very high-profile case that doesn't have a lot of direct evidence and there's a lot of pressure for a conviction will lead to an early introduction of speculative evidence. And Ted Bundy is a great example of this.
Florida police
True.
questioning a man they say may be one of the worst sex murderers of all time.
This afternoon, Bundy was taken to court, where he was...
It was the first nationally televised trial in American history.
You look at him and he seems so clean-cut. He was a law student, he presented well, he identified as a conservative, he had a partner at the time who had a young child, and yet all the while, even as he had this surface staid life, he was killing women with tremendous impunity.
They never had any fingerprints, they never had any hairs, they never had any confessions.
Didn't he get away with it?
And the case ended up rising and falling on bite mark evidence. But was junk science then? It's junk science now. Forensic dentists are no better at identifying a so-called human bite mark than you or I would be. Saying, hey, this is a bite mark, right? But that's a lot like looking at a cloud and deciding, doesn't that cloud look like an elephant? And then you convince your friend, oh yeah, that does look like an elephant, right? And then you can't unsee the elephant. That doesn't mean that it's an elephant.
Prior to his execution at the Florida...
Did they get the right guy? Yeah.
20-year-old Bundy confessed to the murders of almost 24 young women in...
I'm just saying that they used junk science to help convict a guilty person. A broken clock is right twice a day, but we shouldn't be using broken clocks.
At 8:30 this morning, Newfoundland time, Ted Bundy was put to death.
Let's just
I'm
pretend
just
he was
gonna
innocent.
make sure.
I knew that a
I'm innocent. I knew they got me wrong. Oh, they got all this wrong.
So the Instance Files was a 9-part.
I wasn't too sure if they were going to show anything, because you never know.
Dr. Michael West decided that there were, I believe, 19 human bite marks on that body.
So this is the effect of the medias, right? So Michael West knew about the Ted Bundy case.
Marks found on the body of Christine Jackson were indeed and without doubt inflicted by Kennedy Brewer. You know, it's pretty bold proclamation.
The same core group of about 20 dentists, beginning with the 3 that testified at the Ted Bundy trial, that spread out around the country like a virus, wrongfully convicting people coast to coast.
Brewer, the order's been signed. You and the sureties on your bond are hereby discharged and you're free to go.
I'm representing somebody that's on death row today from a Michael West case. So the legacy lives on. I think true crime is very important to raise issues and to demonstrate the reality that unreliable evidence is being used, the reality of wrongful conviction, because the jurors are bringing in all those television shows they watch and all those science classes that they didn't take. And that mix is how they're coming up with conclusions.
I mean, it's the same shit as like using like polygraph and lie detector lie detector it's the same shit with like using lie detector and polygraphs and trials. Like, it doesn't hold any water, right? So it's I don't know.
I never should have been the center of the story at all. I should have been a side note, a footnote. The actual murderer became a footnote.
2007, Perugia, Italy. An idyllic setting for what turned out to be a legal, sorrowful horror show.
She was in a foreign country. She was a young woman abroad.
I just love when, you know, people use like lie detectors and polygraph tests as like evidence that, you know, something something like works or like it's evidence or some shit, because it doesn't hold up in court, right?
She had a roommate who was murdered.
Britain's Meredith Kircher was found stabbed to death in the apartment they shared.
Her killer tried to stop the bleeding, then put a sheet over the body.
She and a friend, Raffaele Solicito, were instantly accused of murdering Meredith Kircher.
I was working at People magazine covering human interest stories, and I had heard about the Amanda Knox case.
The Italian tabloids called her Angel Face. To others, she was a, quote, diabolical she-devil.
I went over there thinking that I was going to write a book exploring how an American girl turned into Charlie Manson overnight.
On the wall, a bloody handmark. The prosecutor was certain it was devil worship.
It was somehow much sexier to concoct a conspiracy-laden story involving a pretty young girl from America.
The court says Meredith Kircher's wounds indicated that there was more than one aggressor.
Instead of the actual story, which is that a man broke in, raped and murdered a young woman, and was caught.
Matters, another
Like, damn, bro, like, if this doesn't go to prove like how fucking ridiculous the system can be, like, I don't know what the fuck does. Like, honestly, if anything, this is just proving that we need to have a better or we need to have better form of criminal justice. Like, that's what it's showing me, to be perfectly honest.
Other man is already serving time for sexually assaulting Kircher the night of her death.
It was very clear, very early on, who the murderer was.
The media probably affected how the prosecution and the cops circled the wagons early on. And, you know, when they realized we're going to have to stand up and say, wait, we made a mistake. No way, they weren't going to do that.
So I was no longer Amanda Knox.
Dubbed Foxy Noxy.
Foxy Noxy is going to get Loxied in the box.
Somebody who would orchestrate a satanic sex game to serve the story of the prosecution.
Breaking news out of Perugia, Italy. Tonight, an American college student has been found guilty of murder.
It was the first kind of fake news, digital era phenomenon.
American student Amanda Knox has been described as a satanic, diabolical she-devil at the appeal.
How much do you want to bet that she had like very left-wing views, as well as other shit that, you know, fucking conservatives didn't agree with? Because like whenever we're talking about like satanic shit, like it's very like we hear the same shit that's always being pushed, right? Like the satanic panic, where, you know, they fucking attacked you know, like rock and roll and Dungeons and Dragons and that stuff. And we're seeing similar shit now in the form of like you know, attacking rap and saying it's the music of the devil and shit. And like not only that, like anyone who disagrees with like a fucking conservative on top of that, like, and spews like the stuff that I say, for example, automatically like you're seen as like being fucking possessed by the devil, when there is like legitimate there's legitimate reasons for what's going on.
You know, the British press, they just sort of went along with the prosecutor's case.
For a woman devoted to lust, drugs, and alcohol.
These are weaponized, organized groups that are flooding the zone, as Steve Bannon puts it, with shit.
He closed his final arguments by describing her as a deceitful witch as well.
So fact and fiction are mingled.
Knox is into some freaky sexual things.
And journalism is, you know, suspect.
Were you into deviant sex?
Like, we had algorithms that were feeding people, and it was all based upon
like, even if she was like a freak into like some very like for you know, some like sexual shit, like who fucking cares, honestly? Like if she's a fucking freak when it comes to like her own personal sex life, who cares? Like it doesn't matter. Like as long as like everyone's fucking consenting and like she's not like having sex with like minors and like and B, you know, not fucking hurting anyone or doing something that's uncomfortable to the other party, like who cares, right?
engagement. It's what is the most outrageous. It is what is going to get people up in arms, because it doesn't really feel real. Or even if it does feel real, we still feel a sense of like ownership over the person that is not actually due.
Free after 4 years in an Italian prison.
Knox is now back home in Seattle.
She's walking into a hornet's nest.
And so along comes someone like Nancy Grace.
Nancy
Grace is going to cover the trial tonight.
Nancy Grace became famous for vilifying criminal defendants on CNN for about 15 years.
Amanda Knox dreamed of the moment her roommate was murdered.
Hot taking other people's worst experiences.
DNA on the murder weapon. Her DNA on the murder weapon.
That's the DNA.
It is specifically designed to provoke an emotional response because the audience is titillated by the naughtiness of everyone's grappling with this topic.
A stunning indictment by Italy's highest criminal court of police.
They definitively acquitted them or pronounced them innocent and said no more trials.
It says the prosecution had stunning flaws and went to trial with an absolute lack of biological traces.
But as a journalist and somebody who is called upon to correct bullshit, I can tell you that it takes a lot more effort to correct it than it does to say it.
True.
At every juncture.
Like, literally look at look at like the last couple years, right? There is so much like bullshit that goes on within like the last couple of years. It's silly, like how easy it is to get away with it too.
At every instant, true crime manages to transform itself into entertainment at the expense of people's actual real-life trauma and pain.
True.
In my own life, it has...
And like the thing is like, I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing, provided that they get the okay from the victims, as well as like treat it with respect, right? Or treat the content with respect. But if the victims of the event say no and don't feel comfortable with it, well, you should respect that. Which was one of the big criticisms about the Dahmer show.
On the far end, made me feel the most alone and the most limited that I could possibly feel. Because it's not just the prison cell, right? It's coming back into the free world and realizing that all of the doors and windows are closed to you. And when you are boiled down to the worst experience of your life, you are suddenly not human like everyone else, and you don't belong to the rest of humanity.
In the 90s and 2000s, when cable was dominant, I sat on the other side of the desk from producers, and if they came in with a great idea, we'd say, fantastic, we have a 24/7 schedule to fill. How many of these can you make? Hence, there have been over 400 episodes of Forensic Files. The streamers are looking for really buzzworthy individual programs or multi-part limited series. So they're not in the business of ratings, they're in the business of getting you to sign up every month. They don't need a lot, they just need one great one.
I'm walking DNA testing has been done.
I watched the documentary made about the West Memphis 3.
No one wants to admit that they made a mistake.
We don't believe. It changed my mind. It brought more information. And I said, I gotta find a journalist.
The hit podcast Serial.
Shattered streaming records.
Starting point of the true crime wave
Serial
of podcasts.
podcast raised serious doubt about his guilt, and today a judge agreed. KTLA's...
When I approached Sarah Koenig, I did not approach her because I wanted this to be an international phenomenon. I approached her because I needed to get Adnan home. I wanted to prove his innocence.
Adnan Syed was 19 years old when he was sentenced to life in prison for the murder of his former girlfriend more than 20 years ago.
Serial was a phenomenon of untold proportions.
Prepaid call from
Adnan Syed.
I was on a train from Washington to New York, and I listened to it and I thought, oh, I get it. So the template that they established was in their tagline.
It's Serial. One story told week by week. I'm Sarah Kane.
I mean, yeah, it also doesn't really help that like algorithms are also pushing for true crime shit as well, and making it easier for people to profit off of the pains that people have went through, and making it resurface and having them traumatized again from it.
They were doing it in real time. They hadn't, by the midpoint of that season, finished the reporting.
For the last year, I've spent every working day trying to figure out where a high school kid was for an hour after school one day in 1999.
It was hard because week to week there was reporting that was irrelevant.
How'd you get to work last Wednesday, for instance? Drive, walk, bike? Was it raining? Are you sure?
Because she's like, this is all about, the whole case is about whether or not this guy remembers where he was 6 weeks ago.
Manual strangulation.
I mean, like, to be perfectly honest, unless it's like something major, I don't fucking remember where the hell I was like 6 weeks ago. So, I guess I'd be boned.
Meaning someone did it with their hands.
Adnan knew where he was on the day him and Lee disappeared. He has given a hour-by-hour rundown. Like, it's there.
Hayes' ex-boyfriend, a guy named Adnan Syed, was arrested for her murder. He's been in prison ever since.
What I would do is, and I think it made her crazy, is I would listen, and then I would write my blog that night.
Rabia Chaudhry expressed understandable criticisms. The fact that she sent Sarah Koenig evidence that clearly pointed away from Adnan that was not properly investigated or discussed.
But what I took away from the visit was somebody...
That is also another thing about true crime, is that, like, when like things are like inconclusive on like what happened, it can definitely have real influences and shit, right? And generally they'll tend to like make up something, right?
He is lying here.
He did it. I don't think he did it. I think this happened. I think this was wrong. I think this is a thing that people didn't find out yet.
The weekly ambivalence added to the excitement around the case. Everybody loves a whodunit. Is he a great guy or is he a psychopath?
Maybe Adnan really is innocent, but what if he isn't?
They were not going to give us enough information to figure that one out, right? That was not their job.
What do I know about Adnan?
True.
That the jury didn't. Next time on Serial.
If you know what This American Life was all about, which is that it uses journalism as a way to tell stories, so that even though rigorous journalism is important and stories are fact-checked, the story comes first.
We still have a week to go. I'm still reporting. I am still reporting, and things could change between now and then, so...
In my own parents' home, she said this to me, that in my heart I think he's innocent.
As a juror, I vote to acquit Adnan Syed. I have to acquit. If you asked me to swear that Adnan Syed is innocent, I couldn't do it.
She could have influenced a lot of people if she had been honest in how she felt.
It's like a huge
Definitely.
honor to be here and also to be the first podcast to ever win a Peabody.
I put Serial in infotainment. It's not about Adnan's story. Serial is about Sarah Koenig's story. Serial is what brought new evidence to the case, but Serial was not going to exonerate him. But true crime reporting has had a tremendous impact on the justice system. It was enough for us to take and run with.
This is perhaps the critical piece to
An
this.
HBO documentary called The Case Against Adnan Syed highlighted additional evidence that should have been investigated.
When you are working on a case that you think is a wrongful conviction, you're only on one side, and that side is getting to the truth. So I discovered two other lawyers blogging, and then we came together to do Undisclosed.
We're three lawyers who are interested in the minute details of the case of the state versus Adnan Syed.
We'll never be as good at narrative as Serial was, but at the end of the day, the facts are what mattered.
But it will be a run down many
I mean, but like narrative definitely does have like some form of influence, right? So it's only a matter of time.
The whole purpose of the reporting is to exonerate this person, period.
Do you think he would still be there if it weren't for these podcasts?
He would not be home today without one person, and that's Rabia Chaudhry. She and her fight over these decades is the reason that he is home.
The tension between journalism and entertainment is so, it's a very complicated tension. It's a complicated relationship.
We're really not talking about journalism here, and it's really important to point that out. These programs are journalistic in nature and in their story.
Are they?
They're fact-based, everything is vetted, but they're not designed as journalism. They're designed as stories of investigations.
This was around the time that Serial and The Jinx and even Making a Murderer were making big splashes. This was when true crime content was suddenly premium content.
Not since the OJ trial has America been so fixated on a criminal Netflix documentary series, Making a Murderer.
Mr. Avery's blood was found inside of Teresa Halbach's vehicle.
I'm innocent. Filmmakers are not just digging into gruesome details, but are trying to bring
Not too sure.
us
Yeah.
like a psychological, cinematic experience to people.
Streaming has had a tremendous impact on true crime storytelling.
People around the world, millions.
Everyone is talking about Making a Murderer and the trials of Stephen Avery.
I promise you, I know where I was working and at probably every other network, the boss, kicked the door open and said, "Where's our Making of a Murderer? Where's our Jinxed?"
Durst was wanted for murder in Texas and Westchester County, New York.
The Jinxed, right? They were doing the story about this enigmatic guy who maybe killed somebody or not. They didn't know he was going to walk into the men's room and admit to killing somebody.
There it is. You're caught. What the hell did I do? Kill them all. Of course.
What it showed was how involved
Damn, bro.
and engrossed the audience can become in trying to solve a crime and in following an investigation.
Billionaire heir Robert Durst.
Billionaire under arrest. On the murder of that.
Bro, I unironically think that we should be, fucking arresting more billionaires. Like the fact that, it took him to, killing a fuck ton of people in order just to get arrested is completely ridiculous to me. Despite the fact that there are plenty of other nefarious things that he would have done.
Durst versus the world.
It was issued because of a television show.
Crime documentaries let that aficionado audience take a deep dive.
I told him, OJ, you're breaking the laws of God.
In the 90s when I saw O.J. Simpson on the freeway in his Bronco, there was this huge disparity on what people believed was true. And I'm going to be honest, until that documentary on Netflix, I still didn't believe he was guilty until I really saw the evidence. I was like, whoa.
Somebody said I could kill this woman.
But it was riveting TV. And I, of course, grew up in a black home, but I inhabited white
I'm
spaces
just not
during
too
the
sure,
day.
man. I want to be careful.
There was a very stark contrast in what people believed. But before that, I just believed that there was a crooked, racist cop that blamed him.
The true crime genre has become one of, let's see if we can do better than the prosecutors and cops.
In the 4 weeks since the series was released, a frenzy of binge watching, fueling conspiracy theories and outrage.
Let's undo this unjust conviction, or, let's solve this mystery as they didn't.
Both among those who think Avery was wrongly convicted, framed even, and those who think the documentary is at best misleading.
Wake up, Netflix!
What?
I remember being terrified when the Netflix documentary about my case was coming out.
Did you kill Meredith?
How did things get to this point?
The filmmakers made my documentary while I was still on trial, and I was afraid that I was never going to have the chance to tell my side of it and explain my innocence to people. And I trusted them. Either I'm a psychopath in sheep's clothing, or I am you. I was afraid when it first came out, but what I discovered, I did not anticipate this happening, is after it came out and after it became public, I was flooded on social media with messages from people saying that they were sorry.
I mean, that is like another problem for that, right? Is that like true crime can tend to like undermine a lot of the stuff that's currently going on within like even trials, right? Without having like all the evidence and all the facts.
They were sorry that I was just a throwaway piece of entertainment trash to them for so long. And so the power of storytelling and how we all are participating in how a story can genuinely directly impact a judicial outcome. I think that's what my documentary revealed.
Welcome back. Digital tech democratized true crime. Suddenly, anyone with a microphone on a mission can be a crime fighter. Some dogged journalists went the extra
pretend
mile
to be.
and moved into the community in Mississippi, where Curtis Flowers had 6 trials, 4 convictions, and more than 20 years on death row for a quadruple murder he did not commit. The 2018 podcast, In the Dark, ticked all the boxes. New witness testimony, yup. A corrupt district attorney, you betcha. Their podcast, name-checked by SCOTUS when it overturned Flowers' conviction and set him free, that too. What kind of a guy quits his job to solve a cold case from his childhood? Chris Lambert. His 20...
You want to know who fucking does that shit? Absolutely like fucking weirdos. That's who does it. Like despite the fact that generally speaking the cases were already decided upon, right? Like the people that tend to do that also tend to be like very big into like conspiracy theories as well. So yeah, there's that. Like, I mean, yeah, sure, it's interesting learning about, or it's interesting trying to find out why, like, I don't know, fucking, the Zodiac Killer did shit, right? But, like, no, if it's, like, just other shit like that, I don't think that would matter too much.
2019 podcast, Your Own Backyard, helped police to finally put 19-year-old Kristen Smart's disappearance to rest. She was last seen in 1996 in the company of a fellow student, Paul Flores, who, you guessed it, turned out to be the killer. Millions of listeners celebrated when he was convicted with the help of a now unemployed podcaster. But the mother of all fan sleuth stories has the mother of all titles. Don't Fuck with Cats is a 2019 Netflix docuseries. It details how a Facebook group came together to cyberstalk an anonymous ghoul posting cat torture videos on YouTube, and also tracked a murderer.
That is one thing that is wild about the internet, though, is that, like, when people are determined on the internet, they can, you know, do shit like, they can collaborate and do some really interesting shit. Like the Keanu Reeves, remember, but like some celebrity was posted a video of it was like the American flag or something like that on, or, no, it was like some sort of flag online, and a bunch of fucking, and like the only thing that they had, like, people had to go off of was like light patterns and like which way the wind was blowing and like the constellations and shit. Like, people are such big fucking nerds when it comes to that kind of stuff, but it's just wild.
Spoiler alert, it was Luca Magnotta, convicted of murdering university student June Lin. The message stands: don't fuck with cats, and also, don't fuck with true crime fans. Next up, the rise of the fans.
So true crime's impact on the justice system is kind of a really large and unwieldy and complex thing to appraise. Because for every audio documentary that led to a rectification of an injustice, you have everything else.
Like it's just really big nerd shit to like they're just fucking nerds for like crime and shit, right? People are so fucking weird, man.
As an industry, true crime looks like any other industry. There were some folks here at CrimeCon who have enormous platforms, TV shows. It rhymes with state line. What we saw here this weekend is surviving family members because they want to continue the search to support their cause, to find or get justice for their loved one. So there are really big fish in the true crime pond and there are really little fish. But I think at the heart of it, everybody cares about crime, cares about victims, and cares about getting justice. Because true crime is so fascinating and captivating, people who were able to get a microphone for 30 or 50 bucks saw an opportunity and took it. I know I did.
And we host the podcast Fruit Loop Serial Killers of Color.
Most of the podcasts that we listen to focused on whole white serial killers.
Many of the victims are also BIPOC folks, and the media just doesn't focus on these people. We don't want their stories to get lost in the crowd.
What?
8 years, a number of mysterious... We say on our show, murder and true crime and sexual assault and missing and murdered children are really difficult to talk about, and so is race.
We place a lot of moral and societal weight on our entertainment. But they would include the creation of what some critics have called true crime brain, in which you view everything as a true crime story, an increased belief in perhaps the failures of the justice system to a point.
Like, I mean, if the only thing you have on your fucking mind is like true crime shit, like that's an automatic L, right? Because like, even though like one of the things that I enjoy a fuck ton is like politics and that shit, I don't just focus on that. Like, it's just it's just like, come on, it's like automatic L for you.
That maybe you just don't believe in the justice system at all.
I think that consumers are becoming more sophisticated. So it's no longer just a guilty pleasure. It still is, but it's no longer just a guilty pleasure. Because social media and true crime content creation has become democratized, we also feel, I think, more responsibility in participating in it. That shift really does owe a lot to the cell phone footage.
I mean, yeah, like the one thing that about it is like, or another thing about it is like, there will be a fuck ton of like violence, or they'll see like a fuck ton of violence towards like marginalized communities by the police. So and that could lead to some people not like, some people that weren't like what's the some people who are like not mentally like stable in order to like snap, right? But it's just we're I don't know, it's just fucking man.
Of people being beaten down in broad daylight. It's those moments where people go, oh, it's real. It really happened. Someone died.
George Floyd was a turning point because we were all locked in our houses because of COVID, and everybody had to watch for 9 minutes a white police officer kill a black man.
The reality TV series Cops, which pitted officers against alleged criminals, was canceled this week. It had been on the air.
Cops, Live PD, those kinds of programs are told only from the point of view of the police.
True. They never, and like, they don't actually get to the bottom of like the truth, right? Like, personally, I could never get into fucking Cops, because when I saw how fucking brutal cops were treating people for, like, I don't know, a fucking minor drug offense, I'm like, that's fucking absolutely disgusting. Like, I don't understand how people found enjoyment in it, right?
It's shown a very bright light on
And like, it's just propaganda, right? So like it's just propaganda. Like, it's just I think that's like another reason why I didn't like it. I mean, at the time I didn't know that it was like big propaganda, but it 100% is big propaganda.
Producers, and therefore networks, accepted their version of the story.
This genre can tell stories that are humane, that are more ethical than not ethical. We can strive for something better. I just want the people who consume it to strive for something better alongside.
So there's a thing that people say online now. If you found my body, like, mysteriously dismembered in the street somewhere, do not make a documentary about me. Like, I really do not want to do that to my family. TikTok, for example, is a huge space for people to build a kind of celebrity around true crime subjects.
Okay, I'm gonna give y'all my opinion and my timeline on all the
Video has
facts.
emerged of Gabby Petito and Brian
We now know
Laundrie.
what the final message that Gabby's mom received is.
Democratization without discernment is a pretty good recipe for something that produces kind of bad outcomes.
Dear listeners, what happens when a beautiful Instagram influencer goes missing while road tripping with her fiancé? The internet loses its collective Cocoa Puffs, turning an IRL tragedy into a true crime obsession. Gabby Petito was last seen in late August of 2021, weeks before her disappearance became a trending topic on TikTok. On September 14th, hashtag Gabby Petito had 1.4 million views. 24 hours later, it was 9.7 million, and almost 200 million by the end of the week. Some say the desire to rescue a damsel in distress was cover for the indiscriminate dissemination of crime porn. Petito's body was recovered.
True.
The cause of death? Strangulation. A month later, her fiancé Brian Laundrie's remains were found, and a journal confessing to her murder.
I can't be the Brian that you're just like showing off to the world.
Something about this is not right.
Less than a year later, Lifetime Network released a TV movie about it all. The internet outrage machine went crazy for the grieving Petito family.
I mean, like, that's like just kind of disgusting, right? Like, come on, man.
Likely driving up the ratings.
You gotta be a fucked up person to make a biopic when their family doesn't, like, agree. Them saying no, me being like, okay, I'm gonna do it anyway.
Who's to blame? The blood or the tiger? Maybe in the era of social media and murder, it's the zoo.
Petersons. To us.
A woman and her 15-month-old child were murdered in their home.
In this crowded media environment,
There's been a murder, a homicide.
how do you get something to resonate with that audience? Having some familiarity with a famous case is important.
Come on, bro.
right?
I think she was telling him to do it.
It's good storytelling. There's nothing evil or sleazy about it. It's relatively inexpensive to produce, and it's in the public domain.
I was silenced. I want my voice back.
When a person becomes a public figure, there is this sense that they no longer have ownership of their own life and their own story.
Which I just think is crazy, right? Like, it's the same shit when, like, talking about celebrities. Like, no, everyone deserves to have their own fucking privacy. And not have to worry about others gaining or having others having monetary gain from it. Right? It's just like people want to be left alone sometimes, so or people just want to be left alone, so just leave them the fuck alone. Don't interfere with what they are doing or what they want to do, right?
Amanda, I hope this trip is everything you dreamed of.
There's a million versions of me that exist out in the world in people's imagination. I've become a little bit like Dracula, where everyone gets to have their own take.
You're the father of the girl, the American student.
Stillwater was the latest example of it.
Allison came here for college, and that's where she met this girl, Lena.
I found out about Stillwater when a trailer for the movie came out.
But everybody thinks that I killed her.
It was being advertised as the Amanda Knox story. Here we go again.
I'm trying to get my little girl out of jail. That's all I give a damn about.
Basically, just a dramatized version of the prosecution's account of the story.
And a new movie getting some scrutiny this morning. Amanda Knox is raising issues about Stillwater, which stars...
And so when the film Stillwater came out, she first wrote a long tweet thread, and subsequently this became an essay published in The Atlantic called Who Owns Amanda Knox?
She's done a lot of things to publicize her side of the story. In some ways, she's dug herself deeper into the briar patch. Once you become a media creation, I don't really know how you undo that.
Matt Damon, who plays the father in the film, went out of his way to go to Oklahoma to meet regular Joe average guys that he would be representing in the film, but no one bothered to reach out directly to me. No one.
Because no one tends to care.
Got 2 victims in Brentwood.
Brentwood? Nobody gets killed in Brentwood.
I have really struggled with how Hollywood sort of has hijacked true crime.
So-called trial of the century, captivating the country
Started out
once
as the
again.
network's most watched premiere, and The People versus O.J. Simpson sustained that momentum right. What I'm uncomfortable with is the disrespect. If you're going to make money off of us, the least you could do is have a conversation with me.
True.
Enduring fascination with Dahmer, also kicking up controversy.
Yeah, like I said, there was, or like I had mentioned earlier, there was some controversy with the Dahmer show that came out, and like they touched on it, but like I've conversed with those like who like watch true crime shit and all that, right? And they're like, yeah, no, it was kind of fucked up that they didn't reach out to those people.
There was a tremendous amount of controversy or backlash to it.
Rita Isbell, one of his victim's sisters, objecting to the series' rendition of her in-court denunciation of Dahmer in 1992.
There's a murky area between what's the truth and what's fictionalized and what is sensationalized.
And like when I watched it, it was like there was like a lot of like they tried to humanize Dahmer as well, and like the like fantasies of like the shit that he did, right? Which was just completely abhorrent to me. I'm like, bro, he literally fucking did it. Did it for like fun and shit. Like, come on, bro. I have fucking friends who are really big nerds into that kind of shit, and they're like, yeah, no, they got a lot of stuff wrong.
And I think that when you have the Hollywood perspective, it gives you this false sense of grief. It gives you a false sense of loss. Do you think he did it? She was terrified.
There's a whole subgenre of true crime programming. If much of what we're talking about is called a whodunit, there's the whydunit, meaning inside the criminal mind. And there are probably half a dozen, I hate to say it, brand name killers that the audience always wants to hear more about, probably because their crimes are so unspeakable. Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy, Jeffrey Dahmer.
First of all, that show was a hit. It became itself a kind of mini cultural phenomenon.
The 500 million viewing hours Dahmer racked up its hits since the likes of Bridgerton.
It reveals a troubling cultural trend. Serial killers as entertainment.
The murder of someone should not be intellectual property.
True.
Is a thing that gets you attention.
Victims' families felt like they were reliving everything all over again.
You can find a lot of TikTok algorithm loops in which a lot of typically young people noting Dahmer in a positive light.
Which is just completely ridiculous, right? Like, this is what I've meant when there was like a fantasization and a romance of the heinous actions that he had taken, right? Like, it's completely disgusting.
That participation in social media rewards those who express the most shocking and vociferous opinions.
When they killed Jeffrey, I got teary-eyed.
Technology does not judge. Technology just facilitates.
Click away and then send, and you don't think anything of it. I mean, for God's sakes, just put your name out there then. If you're gonna send me death threats, what did I do? What did I do to you, stranger?
To become a character in the stories that we're all just, that are in the ether, that we all casually absorb, that we all find ourselves chatting about over the dinner table. Stop using me. Let me take this lens that you've had focused on me and turn it around. And what does this all reveal about you and all of us?
What happens when seeing justice done happens on Netflix first?
I can't get in touch with our kids. Something felt wrong.
Sins of Our Mother tells the story of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell. The couple are charged with the murder of her 2 children, ages 16 and 7 years old, and allegedly killing his wife and her former husband. The 3-part doc is loaded with evidence.
I was livid, upset, crying.
Sick, twisted. A search warrant executed on his house, and they found human remains.
This is all before
We're okay now.
their day in court. Netflix obviously launched the series to land.
I mean, Netflix just wanted to make a quick buck, though, is the thing. Like, it's not surprising that they would do that to begin with so soon. Like, they just wanted to make a quick buck and, like, try to make a decision for the jury, right?
And during what stood to be a sensational trial. But the Idaho judge overruled the streamer, banning cameras in the courtroom. He cited pressures on witnesses and counsel. Quote, knowing their every expression, utterance, and appearance will be captured and circulated without control in perpetuity, end quote. And how performing for cameras could impact their credibility in front of a jury.
Literally months of people dying and coming up missing.
Inflated ego over everybody else.
But it may not matter. The TikTok jury has watched the documentary and declared a verdict.
This devil right here is responsible for at least 3 people being unalived.
I truly hope they get the death penalty.
What?
Most people in this country do not have a lot of interaction with the justice system. Like, this is our own prejudice and bigotry that it's like, the justice system is there to deal with problem people. There is...
Or if you're, like, someone from a minority group. Because, like, the North American justice system is built off of white supremacy. So, it's going to heavily favor those who benefit from white supremacy comparative to those who do not, which generally tends to be people with usually darker skin tones or a different religion that's not that's not Christian. It tends to be in favor of heinous actions by white supremacists as well, and they tend to turn a blind eye towards it. It's completely disgusting to that. Like, it doesn't actually do anything for problem individuals. Like, if anything, I think it hurts good people or people who have done nothing wrong more comparatively to those that have been, because especially within North America, the criminal justice system exists to make money. Like, it's really predominant in America, right? And they tend to want to make as much money as possible, so they incarcerate more people so that they can essentially get free labor.
Due process here. They will get it right. And if there's a conviction, it's because they did it right.
I would love to believe that.
Downloads. I hope that undisclosed listeners, like, we've tainted every jury pool in the country. So they don't believe in the junk science, and they don't believe it when a prosecutor walks in and just tells them something. They understand that opening and closing remarks, you can make up stuff and have no evidence to back it up. I hope we taint the jury pool in favor of justice.
But we don't.
We're coming to the end, dear listeners. Let's go back to Adnan Syed. Despite blogs, podcasts, documentaries, and threads inspiring millions to know his story, it wasn't the media that freed him. Syed exhausted all legal channels. It was the end of the line. Except Maryland had brought in legal reforms to revisit cases just like his. Now, the same wobbly testimony, dodgy science, manipulated eyewitnesses that were available to prosecutors at the time of his conviction were found lacking. Thanks to true crime media, in the case of Adnan Syed, justice was seen to be undone. But was justice done? Hae Min Lee's killer is still out there.
The vast majority of crimes go unsolved, and families and victims are left bereft of any kind of sense of justice. Storytelling doesn't just help us to make sense of things, it also brings attention to things. Letting people know that that crisis exists requires a dependence upon true crime, and at the same time, it comes with a cost. We don't want to be monsters. And I think one of the things that we're discovering as true crime consumers is that we have been participating in something harmful.
100%.
We thought was harmless.
A piece of true crime media can be fascinating and interesting for the way it brings you through the investigative.
Like, generally, like, the true crime shit tends to hurt people more than it tends to, like, help. And, like, yeah, it brings up a lot of fucking traumatic shit for those that were involved. Like, we should just leave it at that, or we should just leave things where they are, right? Like, there have been some instances where it has been a help over a hindrance, but those are very fringe cases that are very, very uncommon.
Process for the way it highlights things about the justice system, about American society. But let's never forget that somebody died. a tragedy befell somebody, that there are people continuing to grieve, that aspect of the story is as important as everything else.
I'm often asked about the media coverage with my brother's case. I wish that people would ask us where they could help, where they could advocate. I wish people would ask how to be of service. I wish people would ask how we're doing.
But they don't. All right. Yeah, let's watch.
This week on Marketplace.
Oh boy, came in for a $20 oil change.
You're about to see a fast lube franchise
All right.
pull a fast
Well,
one.
well, things are getting going. I gotta go pee.
Is it necessary?
No, I just did a transmission service.
That's what I thought. We go up on the hoist to show you what's really going down at these oil change shops.
Let me tell you a little bit about fraud.
Insiders share the secrets of shaking you down.
I've never worked for a more shady, crooked, deceitful company.
And we track down the man behind all this greasy business.
Oh, it's him right by the door.
Do you want to just go get him, Tom?
Yeah.
Just go. Just go.
We're heading to this economy lube in Guelph, Ontario. It's part of a chain of oil change garages that promises fast and affordable service. 10 minutes, $20, and you're done, according to their ad. Catchy, but maybe not that simple.
Hi there.
You need oil change?
Yes, please.
Who hasn't worried about turning over their car to some gearhead and getting back a big bill and a lot of gobbledygook?
Where do you guys have them for $10?
Depending on what kind of oil you run.
We've been hearing there's reason to worry at Economy Lube. That's why we're putting it to the test.
That's our house brand oil.
Right off the bat, they're upselling that $20 oil change.
Not bad, but depending on how much you really like your car, like I would only run the $29 package.
Recommending a more expensive package than advertised. But does it get any worse than that? These guys say you can bet on it.
I've never worked for a company like Economy Lube, for a more shady, crooked, deceitful company.
They're insiders, former employees of Economy Lube who still have ties to the industry and don't want to be identified.
I totally rip people off, and I did that for a number of years for the dollar, for the money.
Their years of ripping people off at Economy Lube ended in a bitter fight over wages.
With you had issues, you went to the labor department and argued over money, that sort of thing.
But everything we're saying is 100% true. There'd be many more people besides us that would be, willing to say so as well.
They have no axe to grind, they say, just a conscience to clear.
This is our chance to right our wrongs and bring awareness to what's going on.
So they're blowing the whistle on a company that they say tops you up and rips you off, all because the boss wants it that way.
I couldn't remember questioning him about the practices as far as sales go, and his exact words were he told me to go save the whale somewhere else, and he told me it was an upsell world.
But we're not just taking their word for it. We've assembled a team of testers to help us see for ourselves. All of them work for CBC.
Okay.
And you, Steve and Ryan.
Yeah, this is something that that does happen in the industry, is that they will try to rip people off in some instances. Like getting your fluids checked and topped off isn't necessarily a bad thing, but I think that the stuff that is shown here should be 100% illegal.
Each driving a car with one thing in common. They all need an oil change and nothing else. They'll be heading to that same Economy Lube in Guelph, and what's about to happen has lessons for us all. Our home base for the day is Conestoga College. They train a lot of future mechanics here, and they've agreed to let us use their massive garage. Morning, everybody. Nice to see you.
Damn, bro, that's a really big garage.
Down to Economy Loop, and you're going to just be customers.
Helping us with our test is expert Mark Sack Anderson.
They shouldn't be offering you any more than just the oil change you're going in for. Everything else is fine on the cars, so it should be a nice, simple, easy in, oil change, and out.
Mark has been in the industry for more than 20 years. He began as an oil change technician himself, became a mechanic, and worked his way up the ranks. He now runs this garage in Toronto's West End.
There are a lot of good oil change facilities. Unfortunately, there's a few bad ones, and it spoils it for everybody.
The oil change industry knows it has a bad reputation.
It seems like mechanics are always out to get you.
Jiffy Lube, for instance, plays off customer worries in this ad.
But at Jiffy Lube, we don't fix vehicles. We help keep them running right. To help you leave repair shop worries behind.
So, if the industry knows we're suspicious, can we really finally leave worries behind? If only. To do our test properly, it's important to establish a baseline. So Mark spends days going over our test vehicles. He knows the kind of additional services routinely offered by places like Economy Lube, such as fluid and filter changes, and he wants to beat them to the punch. He makes sure none of our cars need anything more than an oil change. Our hidden camera specialist, Rob, is hard at work, making sure we've got all the angles covered when it comes to capturing our test.
Oh, cool. And where's that going to go?
Under the hood of the Uplander.
So the guy working under the hood will be able to see his hands working.
His hands.
Right.
We'll be able to see him reaching to all the different
Okay.
dipstick
Great.
and engine coolant.
So, wondering what to expect? Back at Conestoga College, our first tester, Anu, is wired up and ready to go to see if what we're hearing about Economy Lube holds true.
I'll open the door for you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, good luck.
Are they just gonna do it to one, oops, are they just gonna do it to one place?
Thanks, Tom.
The Economy Lube shop is less than 5 minutes down the road from our home base. As Anu approaches, our surveillance camera across the street picks her up and follows her in. Our insiders say at Economy Lube, the technicians count on your ignorance, even though they may not know much more about your car than you do.
When I started, I'd never worked on vehicles, never popped a drain plug, never did an oil change. No experience.
How about you?
I had experience from previous oil change places, but I worked with people who didn't even know anything about cars at all.
They soon learn the way things work at Economy Lube.
And who trained you?
Actually, the owner of the company, Steve Moxie.
And what did he teach you?
How to sell all the different services, upselling.
What did that mean at Economy Lube?
To sell as many services.
Yeah, but that's just like standard capitalist practices, though. Like another big offender of upselling is like is telecom companies. Like they'll try and upsell you on like cases, phone, or a different phone, better plan, chargers, accessories, you know, stuff like that. Like it most of the time, like you don't even need like half of that shit. Unless it's like a fucking Apple phone. Like if it's an iPhone, you're gonna need all that shit anyways. You know, you're not fucking provided with a phone charger and shit. Just because they want to just make more fucking money.
And get as big of a bill as you possibly could on every single vehicle.
Because he didn't care if you did the work, he cared if you got the money.
And are these services that were needed?
Majority of the time, no.
You can find a photo of owner Steve Moxie right on the door as you enter Economy Lube. Moxie has built a chain of 12 shops throughout southwestern Ontario.
I wonder how often he is actually at the fucking at these places instead of I don't know, somewhere else.
And according to our
Probably not
insiders,
very
he's
often,
done
right?
it through dishonesty.
You just need an oil change?
Inside the shop, our first tester is hearing she needs a lot more than a simple oil change.
Power steering fluid should be bright pink. It's actually gone brown.
What?
It smell like it's burning.
Couldn't have smelled burnt, and it certainly
Wait, what? That's not true. Come on, bro.
wasn't brown, because I just changed it.
And later, a former fraud cop weighs in on our findings.
I have told people all my life that fraud is theft with a smile.
True. I mean, he's right. But the funny thing is that generally speaking, we don't tend to do anything about fucking fraud. So there's that.
We're inside a quick oil change shop called Economy Lube. Like all these types of shops, they say they specialize in fast work at affordable prices. Insiders tell us they do a lot more than that. Like sell you services you don't need.
Engine flush.
Charge whatever they can get, and then often not even do the work.
Give me some examples of where you might do something that wasn't really the real thing.
One of the easiest things to sell is power steering fluid. Just take a sample and you can tell a person that it should be clear. You could tell a person that it should be red, or you could just go by the smell of the fluid. Smell this, the fluid's very burnt. It was a very easy sale.
With each lie they tell, the technicians earn money.
They were on a commission system as far as what you sold. So if I sold, say, a coolant flush for $59, I would get $2. If I sold it for $69, I get $3.
The bigger the lie, the more money. That's why they do so much lying.
How often would these things happen where you do a trick like that?
Every day?
Multiple times.
Fortunately, having taken some classes on automotive repairs and shit, I know what to keep my eye out for. So there's I generally know what to what's what.
A day.
So will it happen to our first tester? Anu's car has been up on the hoist for just a few short minutes when she gets the prognosis.
Most of your stuff is in good shape.
Okay.
But the car needs more than an oil change, he says. It also needs a brake flush and a power steering flush. Two procedures that involve time and the complete replacement of fluids.
And they're also very easy to do as well. Like doing brakes and like a brake flush is known as a gravy job because of how incredibly easy it is to do. It's incredibly easy to do, and you make a shit ton of money off of it. Power steering flush is the same thing.
But why?
Power steering fluid should be bright pink. It's actually gone brown. Starting to smell like it's burning.
Burning fluid, just like our insiders talked about.
Brake fluid's black and it should be clear like water.
No.
Remember, our expert mechanic has checked out this car and assures us it needs no such work. But in keeping with our test, we give the go-ahead.
So power steering fluid and brake fluid. And then the oil change. Okay.
So you want us to get it done for you?
Yeah, sure, if I need it.
Perfect. So just give us about another 15 minutes or so, okay?
15, okay.
In reality, it takes them half that time. In less than 8 minutes, we get the bill.
So what's my total?
Well, if it's sus.
So 29 for the oil change, 69 for the power steering, and 89 for the brake flush. Both will be good for 2 years, 48,000 for normal wear and tear, right? So it's 218.04.
Oh wow.
More than $200? How'd that
Damn,
happen?
bro.
Boy, came in for a $20 oil change.
I know.
What did I get done exactly?
The power steering fluid, the whole fluid was exchanged, and the brake fluid.
Power steering fluid.
Yes.
Okay, and why the power steering fluid?
It just
We
breaks
push
down.
for a better explanation and get a better deal in the process.
Alright? I'll give you your oil change for free. So it'd be 184.
184.
Our tester pays up and heads back to home base.
That is like super fucking sketch, man.
So, how did it go?
You know what? They were really nice.
Can we see the bill?
Yeah, sure.
Nice is nice, but our expert mechanic Mark Sack Anderson says there's nothing nice about that final bill.
In your view, the power steering flush and the brake fluid flush were not needed?
No. The fluids were up. All of this was checked when I had it at my shop, not 3 days ago.
Not only was the work not needed, Mark suspects it wasn't done, given how little time it took. Mark shows us the 4 points behind the wheels where it would be clear if a brake flush had been carried out.
There's so much rust on the back of this bleeder, or on the bleeder here, and around the seal, it hasn't been opened.
Yeah.
That tells me that the system's not flushed.
All right, Mark, let's go to the videotape, shall we, and see what they did.
Our videotape confirms Mark's suspicions.
Tightening the filter, wiping off any oil.
That $90 brake flush never happened.
Still nothing on the brakes, right?
Nothing on the brakes.
Same goes for the power steering flush. Our hidden hood cam shows no evidence it was performed.
But the reality is you were charged for it, and it wasn't done.
Time for test number 2. Our man Ryan is pulling up for his oil change.
Oh, it is
Who
going
knows
off
what
with the
else?
same.
For the engine oil change? Yeah, no problem.
Just like last
This is
time,
the same one.
that $20 oil change they advertise becomes $29.
Uh-oh.
The higher you go on oil prices, the better it will be for your vehicle.
And just like last time, it doesn't end there. After a quick inspection, they tell Ryan he needs more than his oil change.
If you can, try and get your transmission and your brake fluid changed.
The brakes again and the transmission?
Seems to be like their favorite.
Just did that a few days ago. A messy and lengthy procedure we captured on camera. Our insiders tell us this kind of deception can really add up.
As much as you didn't want to do it, but at the end of the week, when you get $1,000 paychecks, take home.
The money was just too good. You know, with a high school education, where you're going to make between $65,000 and $100,000 a year.
Can I use my debit?
Absolutely.
Now Ryan is handing over his money at Economy Lube after just 10 minutes of work on his car.
A couple free air fresheners for you.
Okay, that's cool.
Oh yeah, the air fresheners will make things all the more worth it, right? Come on, bro.
Way with some air fresheners and a bill that stinks.
Thank you, bye.
Back at home base, we have a look.
How was it?
It was, yeah, pricey.
Let's see what you came up with. Oh, $218.
Yeah.
You asked for a $20 oil change?
Right, yeah, I did.
$218. Ryan's bill is 10 times what he went in for.
Damn, bro.
Including $80 for the transmission.
Was that needed?
No, I just did a transmission service
That's
on
what
this.
I thought.
We check our hidden camera tape to see how they sell that one.
Your transmission fluid's gone brown. It should be bright pink. And it's starting to smell like it's burning.
There's that burning fluid line again. Our expert is appalled.
It did not smell burnt.
It's like they have a script that they have to rehearse in order to work here, man, right?
Because it was all fresh fluid. But I mean, there's absolutely no way that this services was needed. Good sales pitch, but it's completely false. It's almost like it's script. It's almost identical to the service that we had on car number 1. The same, it's dirty, it smells.
So how about that expensive brake flush? They didn't actually do it the first time they charged for it.
Probably
How about
didn't do it this time either.
Mark checks and
Right.
says no.
Yeah.
Couldn't have done a flush.
So 2 for 2. 2 flushes paid for. That didn't happen.
Our third and final tester, Steve, pulls in towards the end of the day to get his oil changed. But will the upsell happen again? The answer comes minutes later.
Probably yes.
Try and get your coolant and your brake fluid changed soon.
Like, is that an urgent thing?
Honestly, it's up to you. I mean, coolant's more important.
The technician promises to flush out the entire engine block and the radiator, and of course, the braking system. Back at home base.
How was it?
It was the most expensive $19.99 I ever spent.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Let's see. $251.
What?
Good Lord, that's the highest of the day. What was the sales pressure like on you?
They start off sounding like, you can choose, but they just gradually move it into, you really should get it. We can do it for you right now.
But did they do it? Mark is interested in that full system coolant flush they charged for. He says this car uses a special coolant called Dexcool, which is orange. He
What?
shows us what's in that reservoir.
Oh, look at that. Bright green.
Bright green.
So that's not the proper coolant
That's
for
not
this
the proper
vehicle.
coolant for this vehicle.
So is what's in there in here?
We don't know that.
Mark wants to take a sample from the radiator. He says if an actual flush was done, the fluid coming out will also be green.
Uh-oh.
Looks orange to me. Oh, yeah. Look at that.
Okay, so that's coming out of the radiator.
Right.
That is what is throughout the system. What we've seen changed here is the stuff in the reservoir, and it's been changed with the wrong stuff.
Damn, bro.
What does that mean for the vehicle?
It can cause damage to the sensors. It can cause damage and premature wear inside the engine.
He's right.
We should really be pulling that stuff out of the reservoir before it causes problems.
So, not only was a coolant flush not needed, it was not done right, causing cross-contamination, which means we have to fix it. And yet we paid $250.
What do you think of what they're done?
Certainly not right. Certainly gives us in the industry a bad name.
And it's certainly time to get some answers.
Oh, my favorite
So,
time,
after the
man.
break, we show up at Economy Lube's warehouse uninvited.
Moxie, Tom Harrington from Marketplace.
It's my favorite part of the show, my boys.
I've never worked for a more shady, crooked, deceitful company.
Our investigation into oil change shops run by Economy Lube takes us to a former investigator himself.
Let me tell you a little bit about fraud.
All right, let's hear it, boys.
Mark Simpson used to lead the major fraud division of the Hamilton Police. We show him what we were sold at Economy Lube.
The brake fluid's black and it should be clear like water.
And what our expert mechanic discovered.
It hasn't been opened. That tells me that the system's not flushed.
So what's his verdict?
I have told people all my life that fraud is theft with a smile.
Putting it right out there, you're saying what they're doing is fraud?
If they are charging for and accepting money for and receiving money for services that they did not perform, that you paid for, in all honesty, that's fraud.
And that's exactly what we found. Time to take our evidence to the top.
Uh-oh. Get him.
We're as close to the lot as we can possibly be, so we can see the door. We're outside Economy Lube's warehouse in Cambridge, Ontario.
He's in the
Get him.
Is he really? Yeah.
Looking for some answers.
Okay, he's gone in.
We've already made repeated requests for an on-camera interview with president and founder Steve Moxie.
He's now inside. He backed in with his Range Rover inside and closed that garage door.
Given him weeks to think about it.
So if he sees the cameras, I don't think he'll come to the door.
Right.
More details when requested.
I don't know exactly how we should proceed because we're across the parking lot right now.
But Moxie still won't come on camera.
Oh, what? It's coming. Do you want to just go get him, Tom?
Yeah, why don't we try now?
So when we spot the man
Get his
who
ass.
uses the wheels at Economy Lube,
Okay, here he comes. He's out. Just go. Just go.
we decide to roll.
Moxie,
But Steve Moxie
Tom Harrington from Marketplace.
doesn't want to talk about why his company is ripping people off.
Okay, he should be like fucking. He should be 100% be charged, right? Like, no shot he should be allowed to get away with this. Did anything even come out of this?
We reach Moxie by phone, and he denies any wrongdoing.
I have a real hard time believing that you took 3 cars in and not one of those cars actually had the service done, because I'm in stores every day. I could be wrong. We have 100 employees. Anything's possible. If it's in fact the case, I agree with anybody that is fraudulent.
We contact those Economy Lube employees caught by our hidden cameras. This one denies working on any of our test cars.
There you go, sir.
But the other fesses up.
I'm not proud of it, but that's how we were taught to do stuff. In that company, you were forced to rip people off, basically, because all the owner's looking for is money. And if he's not making money, then you're no use to him.
No, he didn't.
As for lessons learned in all this, here's a few tips from our Marketplace Survival Guide. The next time you need an oil change.
Bro, he didn't get fucking in trouble for this shit. Just goes to prove that, you know, if you have any form of capital, you can get away with anything, man. Swear to God.
Familiarize yourself with the service schedule recommended by your car's manufacturer. They built your car and probably know best when it needs maintenance. Quick oil change shops are fine for a quick oil change. For anything bigger or unexpected, stick with a mechanic you know you can trust.
Yep,
And
that's what I do.
Be on your toes. And know
I have 2 different mechanics that I can trust, and I go to them whenever I have a problem. Or even for, like, smaller issues as well, like, say, an oil change. Because I personally don't really fucking do a change myself.
an upsell is coming. That way, you won't be caught off guard by any greasy business.
Alright. Guess we'll call it there then. So yeah, we had some fun and everything. I covered a bunch of news. Tomorrow we'll be back to Minecraft, which is gonna be fun. We haven't done Minecraft in a little bit, so yeah, we'll have that to look forward to. I'm not too sure what we're gonna be doing. I'm sure we'll figure something out. So yeah, until then, we'll see everyone